That one. That one. And we need to hit the ones in the Discords. Okay, I think I'm good. Doing the last check over here. Yeah, I think I'm good. You okay, love? I'm live right now. Okay. You okay? I love you. You should get to bed. If you want to like watch the stream from bed or something while you charge your phone, that's okay. You want me to blow you a good night kiss? You can do that. Okay. Alright, are you good on your end, Rez?
I think so.
Also, I forgot how quiet I have the menu music in here. I feel like I don't need it that quiet. I could probably also just yeah. You know, I probably had game volume low because the guns are loud.
Oh, I remember the opening to the mall is like insanely loud too.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, so that's probably why I had the game. Yeah, because I have like fairy fountain music from Zelda for my menu music, and it's like really nice and relaxing. But it's also nice and relaxing. Oh shit! But it's also wrong thing. But it's also kind of quiet. So I was like, why is it so quiet? That's probably why. I think this is better volume though. Oh, those notifications are you. Okay, yeah. Okay. Alright. So I guess let me know when you're.
Oh yeah, we're live now.
Oh, we're
we're
both like good and live and existing.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Nice. So hi everyone. Your favorite goth. Your favorite goth Egirl here, with your favorite monster hunter.
Imagine having an intro instead of just getting right into it.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't think we've done like a proper intro for Together Tuesday in eons. We usually have banter, and we definitely will have some here anyways.
Especially because I'm trying to finish my tea.
You finishing your tea? Okay, yeah. Yeah, this just gives people an opportunity to come over to my chat, just simp for me a little bit before we get to the gameplay.
Imagine having simps.
Yeah, because well, I would like to.
I would too.
You bitch, you have simps.
Okay, I have a few.
Yeah, you have a few. Anyways, so yeah, it is 7 minutes after Halloween, so I figured it still makes enough sense for me to be a goth e-girl.
There's still people passed out drunk as fuck in the streets in their costume. It's fine.
There's probably still people it's a Monday into a Tuesday night, so like I don't know how many Halloween parties are happening, but there's probably Halloween parties somewhere where people are still like at the party, dressed up in a costume, getting drunk and having a fun time.
And besides, last call in our state's not for another hour and 53 minutes.
And you would know because you were in that field.
Exactly. I would know. I used to be a bartender.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When I worked, I never worked this late.
When I was a bartender, this was the earliest I worked.
H-Kill's already achieved Halloween consequences suffering. Yeah.
What did H-Kills do? What did our future man... What sins are our future
That's a
man
good question. Hey, what sins have you committed? Because you can confess your sins to me. I'll bring death to those sins. That's what I do.
Apparently.
Or something. I don't know. I'm very loosey-goosey with my lore. I mean, the reality is, like, it was just a good name for a Blood Elf Death Knight in World of Warcraft, like, fucking, 12 years ago or however long. And I kept that name.
Oh god, World of Warcraft.
That's literally the origin of the name, though.
I know.
It's like...
One of my supervisors still plays World of Warcraft.
I mean, World of Warcraft has... I mean, it's still, like, the MMO. Like, you know, it's yeah, I don't know, it's got its player base. It's pretty much always going to have that player base until Blizzard super fucks folk, rather than just the normal fucking that Blizzard has been doing. Because, like, look, Blizzard has been dropping the ball with their recent expansions pretty bad, but it's still like a lot of the core player base, while frustrated with some of those things, like, the core gameplay for a lot of people, like in raiding groups and stuff like that, is still pretty good, right? Like, the story is shit, and there's like a whole host of other issues that have occurred, but like, I feel like in the realm of MMOs, I don't think World of Warcraft is really ever gonna go away until Blizzard actually gives up. But the thing is, it's Blizzard's money machine, so like, so they're pretty much always gonna have...
Overwatch is their money machine.
No. Like, they made a lot of money off of Overwatch. So, like, let's not beat around the bush on that, or like pretend they didn't. Like, they made a lot of money off of Overwatch, but
I thought Dota was their money machine.
They wish. No, really, they wish. Mm-hmm. See, I stepped on grass and that you're not supposed to step on, and screamed at cosplayers at the mall. What the fuck, Jake Skills? Okay, when we say touch grass, we don't mean harass some cosplayers. Those are two different things, okay? But yeah, so like my brother and my dad still play World of Warcraft pretty regularly. My brother much more so than my dad. And like I can go on plenty of rants with my brother, and honestly, if I ever have my brother on stream, we're probably
question.
What?
You want a third?
Who would the third be?
Rude.
Rudelad? Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I've interacted with him, but sure. I'm okay with that. I guess it'll be a good time to make a friendship. Anyways, but if I ever have my brother on stream for whatever reason, we'll probably end up talking a lot about World of Warcraft and Warcraft lore and stuff like that. Because we've had endless conversations about that shit. Because I mean, you know me, Rez. I was deeply immersed in Warcraft lore for a long time.
Oh yeah.
So, because I've kind of have given up in the past few expansions because they've so severely dropped the ball. But I'm like literally the expansion that's about to come out is themed around dragons. I fucking love dragons, and I can't bring myself to give a shit. Because I'm if I feel... Because here's the thing. It's if I start to give a shit about the lore of Warcraft once again, and especially when it's all dragon themed, I'm gonna end up being disappointed when they fuck it up again. I don't want that, you know? Like I've been burned too many times by giving a shit, you know.
God damn it, Active Blizzard. Let's build Cosby rooms and more, quality products.
Yeah, well, and and like I not to like overstate how important like Chris Metzen was to keeping the lore integrity of Warcraft in check. But like after Chris Metzen retired and left Blizzard like almost 10 years ago now, I think it was 2014, so like I guess 8 years ago. Like after that, no, maybe it was 2016 actually. Actually, I think it was 2016. Never mind. It's more like 6 years ago. I don't know. I'm a little bit fuzzy. He was like the first of like the major, because like a lot of the major heads at Blizzard have left it over the past like decade or like 5 to 10 years. But Chris Metzen was like the first like big one. But it, like when he left, it wasn't really like, oh, he's leaving to go start this company. It's like literally he's like, I'm going to retire to spend more time with my kids. It's like, oh, cool. Though he has started he did start a tabletop RPG or something like that, or that's like kind of themed around Warcraft, like a very similar type of lore to Warcraft, because he was the guy who behind the lore of Warcraft. So obviously anything he does will probably be very similar. And I have not seen any updates on that since it was announced. So I have no idea. Like, I think it's called War Chief Gaming or something like that.
And it turns out Active Blizzard strangled it in the crib.
Well, Activision has no connection to it. Like, it's Chris Metzen's own pet project. Kind of like how Dreamhaven is, fucking.
No, I meant like
Morheims thing. Oh well, you can't.
Like they went full Games Workshop on it.
You can't copyright like fucking the term War Chief, and it's in a way that like, I guess to be fair with Games Workshop, yeah, because it's like you can't like the term Steam Tank is not like, it's not exactly a Warhammer exclusive term, yet Blizzard, when they released their expansion for Warcraft 3, changed the name of the Steam Tank to Siege Engine because they wanted to avoid any fiasco with that. Especially since Warcraft does take a lot of inspiration from Warhammer. They also had gyrocopters in Reign of Chaos, and then when Frozen Throne came out, they renamed them to Flying Machine. Because
Game Workshop's in a Game Workshop.
Yeah, to be fair, from what I understand, there was no actual threat from Games Workshop. They were basically proactively doing that to just avoid this situation in the first place.
Because Game Workshop is going to Game Workshop.
Yeah, so which like that tells you how long Games Workshop has been pretty bad on that shit. Because
rather rude.
Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, came out in 2003. That is almost 20 years ago now. Like, and these nerds at Blizzard who loved Warhammer knew that they were like pretty. In fact, StarCraft, for example, was originally going to be a 40K game. Like, actually, not just like, oh, inspired by 40K. No, actually a 40K game. And
like
then
licensed and everything.
Yes. Yeah, and then also, hi, how's it going?
It did.
And then like plans fell apart, but they still wanted to do a space RTS. So they were like, okay, well, we'll just take some of the ideas we had. We could still have Space Marines. We could still have a like biological like swarmy race, and we could still have a high tech alien race that has like magic powers and shit. It's like, because basically, like, you can think of the Terrans as, like, the Imperium, the Zerg as the Tyranids, and the Protoss as the Eldar. And that's roughly going to, like, get you across. Like, there's a lot of differences that are worth noting and stuff if you want to actually get into it, but if you want to broadly understand, like, how they function, I think the main difference is you don't have this, with the Terrans, they don't worship like some god emperor or anything like that. They're
just not religious. They're just prisoners.
Yeah, they're space Australians.
Oh,
So, but with American characteristics, I guess. I don't know.
very, very deep fried Southern characteristics in the first game.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
kind of backed. They sort of backed off on that in the second game. They made it more like, rather than like
Cowboy.
space Southerners, they made it more like Firefly.
Yes, and actually, Wings of Liberty was very deliberately modeled after Firefly. That was a very conscious effort on their part, because, again, these are a bunch of nerds. They fucking love Firefly, and they're like, hey, what if we turn that into a video game? And so they loved that. Because that does fit.
Wings of Liberty.
That does finish, or that does fit James Rayner pretty well, because, like, even in the first game, he's basically like this like marshal from like a desert planet that's like might as well be the Wild West, right? So it's like, yeah, turning him into a space cowboy works.
I'm inclined to agree. I as someone who loves both things, I was actually born in South Korea, which is why I love StarCraft.
Oh shit, yeah. Cool.
Also kimchi and bulgogi. Don't really speak any Korean though. Anyway, but no, like you could definitely hear it, especially like in the music. Like if you compare like a lot of the OST of StarCraft 2 to the OST for Serenity, you'll find a lot of common points.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. By the way, gentlemen, what level are we playing on?
Good question. I should probably actually accept Rez's invite. That would probably be a good idea.
Yeah, I actually had to install, but luckily I am on wired fiber, so it's a matter of, I was saying like another 5-6 minutes, and I got it.
Cool.
And luckily, the nice thing about this game is you can sort of jump in midstream.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, last time Rez and I were playing this, Yang kind of hopped in the middle. So, in fact, if Yang shows up, he can join.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Definitely.
Besides, I got
actually-
my bucket with the visor for all the blood that's gonna be flying everywhere.
all right. Do you have buckets for us, or is it just for you?
Currently just for me because I'm lazy.
Okay, fair enough.
Also, I don't think I could resize it properly for the rest of you.
You can just kind of like perch it on the top of my head. I think that would be hilarious, honestly. But it's up to you. I'm as an intellectual exercise, I'm racing my Steam Deck and my gaming laptop to see who can get it first.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not trying to flex, guys. Sincerely.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You know what? I thought that now that I have a capture card to do, proper, like, do it properly, I would actually just, like, be using my Switch more. I don't really use my Switch still.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Switch is honestly
Oh.
the only time I really dust off my Switch these days is collabing with FinTubers.
Yeah.
Because all the FinTubers love Pokemon, and so they have like all the Nintendo products. So
By the way, speaking of the Switch, Rez, remind me to actually go pick up that capture card from you soon. Because once I finish Curse Halo, I want to move on to Skyward Sword HD. Since, the past month of trying to get ROM hacks work and failing has been pretty sad. Curse Halo worked like just fine though. I mean, it crashes a few times, but like actually getting it to work in the first place, super easy.
I just hope I remember where I put the capture card.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Because, I've been waiting to give it to you for a while.
Yeah, just have it in a spot that and because like I have at least one more stream of Curse Halo because I didn't even beat the library. Because my god, the library on Curse Halo is rough.
what's Curse Halo? What's the variant there?
So do you have any idea of what Curse Halo is, or just no clue at all?
I imagine it's like some combination of skulls that make the game hard.
No, so I do do have some skulls on that make the game more interesting on top of Curse Halo, but Curse Halo is a mod for Combat Evolved. Oh shit, I just got my mirror. Checking it to make sure I don't have 1,000 years of bad luck. I'm good. Alright. Curse Halo is a mod for Combat Evolved that like overhauls a fuck ton of things. Like there's just like a fuck ton of weapons that are
Either changed or brand new.
They're changed or brand new, and they all work in really weird ways.
Such as turning Turning the shotgun into a literal blunderbuss.
Yeah, that understates it, by the way. So it's a blunderbuss. Its knockback is insane. And to be clear, the knockback is not just on the people being hit, the enemy that you strike with it, but also yourself. And so it really functions more as a mobility tool than an actual weapon.
So you can shotgun jump with it.
Shotgun fly is more accurate.
Shotgun, like, launch yourself into orbit and probably die to fall damage. You know?
Shotgun pogo, got it.
It's more like an assault pack from 40k, but you're not wearing power armor that can handle the fall.
Yeah.
Je comprends, if you'll pardon my French.
Yeah, point is, it will launch you very far, and whoever you hit with it very far. And very often results in death to fall damage more than anything. So there's some other stuff, like, for example, the pistol that Captain Keyes gives you, which is the standard pistol. It no longer operates how it normally does. Instead, it's backwards, and if you just, hit the fire button, it'll just shoot yourself. Which is really funny when
NPCs are equipped with it.
Yeah, when you see NPCs with it, including Captain Keyes. Like, for example, the cutscene where the Flood are introduced. You know how, like, Captain Keyes is there to, like, and he, like, fights off the Flood with Sergeant Johnson and all those guys. Right. He literally kills himself in that cutscene because he has the backwards pistol. So he just shoots himself in the head and dies. So it's pretty funny. But the way you actually use that weapon is, instead of, like, shooting it, you throw it at the enemy. And there's also this thing called the D20 grenade. So it replaces the frag grenade. You throw it out there, and a random thing will happen. And I don't know how many, it's more like a D100 than it is a D20, because there are a fuck ton of things. So, like, it could spawn an enemy, it could spawn a group of enemies, it can spawn a vehicle, including all the variant vehicles that exist, because they also have, like, 12 different versions of the Warthog, most of which function horribly. And then, like, I don't know, there's just all sorts of effects. Like, I feel like it's hard to just, like, simply describe it without talking about it for, like, another hour. But
I mean, it has its own hour-long video, so...
Yeah, it's...
I follow your meaning. Essentially, a lot of random stuff jammed into Halo, in terms of the weapons and stuff like that. And does it change the level layout, or is it just the same one?
No, the level layout is the same. It's just how you interact with the world and how the enemies interact. Oh, I guess one additional thing that I noticed, that they added Jackal snipers to Halo Combat Evolved, the only Halo game that doesn't have Jackal snipers. So
those guys are motherfuckers.
Fuck Jackal snipers.
Yeah.
Fuck them. How's Haikyuu? How's it going?
In their separating assholes, right? And they're separating assholes.
I think they have clue.
Anyway, hey, you guys are out of Halloween, I think, at this point.
Technically, yeah.
Did I get a new mic? I don't think I did. Aloe. How's hi, Aloe?
No, sorry. Oh, if you're hearing Rez differently, I don't know why, because Rez sounds normal to me. Maybe there's something different in how the audio sounds through his encoder. And you have had some tech issues lately, so maybe there was something fucky there. But on Discord, you sound normal to me.
Did they hack your Go XLR, Rez?
I don't know why they would want to.
I mean,
make you sound like a chipmunk at all times.
Who knows what the CCP wanted with Rez?
Demoralize you? Who knows?
Hey, Rez, since you got hacked by the Communist Party of China, what sorts of monsters do you think they have that they're trying to hide from you?
Themselves.
All right, fair enough.
So the laptop is definitely winning, but it is on wired fiber, and the Steam Deck is on Wi-Fi. Yep. But now I can, like, play Left 4 Dead in bed.
Nice.
Well, I can
Left 4 Dead, more like Left 4 Bed, am I right?
Left 4 Bed.
You
You know, whenever I look at the the when I see the Steam Deck, for some reason, I keep thinking about the Sega Game Gear,
Same.
and
That's
just
like
like damn, that probably has like no battery life.
It does okay. I mean, if you got it ripping and roaring on a full quality game, it'll last for about 2 hours, which is I think better than the Game Gear. But the batteries in this are actually rechargeable.
Good God. And the Game Gear. You know, I'm gonna look up the Game Gear. What is the Game Gear's battery life?
It was not great. A friend of mine told a story once about how he had his Game Gear plugged into the car electric socket of his parents' car when they were driving somewhere on a long distance trip, and then when they stopped to get gas, the car wouldn't start back up again because the Game Gear had flatlined the car's battery.
What the fuck?
Oh, God.
What? Wait, how did it do that?
The Game Gear is very power hungry. It was the first color display, and it was decent quality color display for what it was. But yeah, it ate batteries. I think the standards, I think it was like maybe 6 AA's, lasted about like 2 to 4 hours, something like that.
So with modern high quality batteries, it'll last between 3 and 5 hours.
It's funny you mentioned that the guys on Linus Tech Tips actually hot rodded a Game Gear. They actually put in like a new rechargeable battery pack in it. I think they got up to like 8 or 9 hours, something like that. But they also put in a new, more energy efficient screen in it too.
Oh my God.
I mean,
yeah,
at a
with
certain-
emphasize this, with modern high quality batteries, it's 3 to 5 hours.
yeah, Game Gear was very power hungry.
Now imagine that with shittier batteries from the 90s.
You guys
But
talk
actually-
about all this shit with fucking batteries from the 90s, me just staring at myself in the fucking corner of the webcam area and then just simping for myself.
Listen,
You like those animals when they put a mirror in their enclosure for the first time?
are you trying to make out with yourself, or are you going to try to like fight yourself? That's
I
the
mean,
question.
look, if another version of me that was a Goth Egirl just manifested, you know, I mean, if one thing leads to
Are we gonna add the
another.
self-cis tag to this stream? Because I believe
Sigh.
Narcissus did that the first time.
Yeah, they turned him into a flower because of it too.
Oh, I could become a flower, you say?
Yes.
I
And that's
I think
just a
I think there's a certain Little Lady Red that could have fun with that.
flower.
Sigh.
The question is,
Double simping.
do I have any more beers in my miniature Hello Kitty cooler that's covered in gun stickers? Yes, I do.
I don't think I've heard anything more on brand for. I think the only way that could be more on brand for this community is if there's like a D&D joke thrown in there.
I don't believe there's a D&D joke on the thing yet, but I'm sure I could get like a D20 like sticker and throw it on there.
Yeah. 'Cause, man, that was very on brand.
That is just me. That is just me, my friend. I've been
Hey,
into Hello
yeah.
Kitty for a very long time. I've been into guns for a very long time, and I've been a cartoon character for like about a year now. So it all kind of fits.
Cool.
I actually did a little bit of a stream myself earlier on. I actually read some Edgar Allan Poe stuff out loud.
Oh shit.
Ah, I
Cool.
played a straight up horror game for the first time on my stream.
Well, you've
I've done
done.
that before.
Yeah, I played Mortuary Assistant.
How'd it go?
I get all the endings.
Wow, the game must be pretty short then.
I
I
did it
guess-
5 hours, but also like I'm very stubborn and figured out stuff pretty quickly.
Oh my god, you haven't done like a dedicated horror game, have you? You've always just done like I'm
I've
gonna
had plenty
shoot
of
this
horror
monster.
themes.
Yeah. Like you've always done like shooters that are like spooky, but not like straight up horror game. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I think maybe the closest would maybe be like some of the Resident Evils, I guess.
But even then, it's more actiony.
Yeah.
So it was very interesting. I gotta say
Huh.
the golden ending, what I like referring to that type of stuff for Mortuary Assistant, very touching, and that's the one I left off on.
Oh, that's nice.
But yeah, no, like it was very spooky, but I started dealing with a lot of themes of like trauma, freaking addiction, and people's guilt and all that type of stuff.
A horror game that's actually about dealing with trauma?
They exist.
Unthinkable. Inconceivable.
Okay, Wallace Shawn. Oh my god. Sometimes I forget that this game has like one of the best openings in a video game ever. It lets you know exactly who everyone is, and it has my favorite line in all of video games.
Oh yeah,
Kill all sons of bitches. That's my official instructions.
I have not come this far to die now.
That's also a really good line.
You know, I never really thought about what my favorite line from a video game is. I don't know.
Let's see.
I mean, it might be something from Zelda, but it's a little bit hard to like be sure because like most Zelda games don't have voice acting, so like, and a lot of lines that stick with people are because of voice acting, because like whoever the voice actor was like did a very good job delivering the line, right?
Wait, let me guess. Let me try and guess. I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos.
Clearly, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's just not something I've really thought about.
If they move, they're Dodongos. If they stay still, they're well-disciplined Dodongos.
That's true. Now, that's one I think the first YouTube poop type videos I ever saw. Someone cut together a bunch of lines from the Zelda CDI to like this wacky animation. I must have watched that like 50 times in college.
Dude, YouTube poops are amazing.
You know, it's kind of weird that Breath of the Wild doesn't have any Dodongos. Because Death Mountain's a pretty big region in that game. The enemy variety in that game in general is pretty poor. Because, you know, it's a huge-ass game, like, literally huge.
Oh yeah, I've definitely played it.
So... Anyways,
I'm
Okay,
ready when you
good.
guys are.
Yeah.
The old man's playing as the old man.
fitting.
Listen, I have a special affinity for Green Berets. I came out of one. Well, part of me came out of one.
Half of you came out of one.
Yep. The other half of me, a little bit communist, which is kind of hilarious.
We can get on board with that.
A little bit communist.
A little bit lefty in my space.
The root
I like
of
that.
DNA can have a little bit of a communist as a treat.
Yeah.
It's true. No, my maternal grandfather was a firefighting communist.
Cool.
Ooh. I forgot I had the mod on here that makes all the zombies sound like Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have Zelda
End
mods.
of the line. Let's move.
I'm not terribly shocked, my friend.
So let's see.
Plan.
Oh,
Why is
you're
there-
Green Link.
Something
Rezdog is Red Link.
to an island paradise.
Lewis is Blue Link, so I must be
We're
Purple Link.
stranded in the middle of
Okay.
goddamn nowhere. I can go back over my own, Francis. Why don't you go back in the
katana.
train car
Has any of you
and
studied the blade?
visualize and have a good cry? I'm going.
Where's the katana?
I'm going.
Hold up. For some reason, it set my screen resolution to 4K.
Wait,
There we go.
4K? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you have a fancier setup than me, but not that much fancier. In fact, I'm the Egirl. Shouldn't I have 4K something? But I'm dollar store Egirl. That's what I am.
Ah, that's also. Why did it enable fucking vertical sync?
I blame society.
There we go.
You
Much
know what?
better.
I blame the neoliberal establishment because they're the cause of pretty much everything that's wrong. And that's a rock fact.
But rocks are
forgot.
cooler than our politicians.
Yes,
thing doesn't have
that's why
iron.
it's a rock fact.
Wait, what does have iron?
This game in general.
Yep, hit by everything.
You guys are excited.
We got a chicken in here. I think it's a hunter. Let it be known that chickens are assholes.
Weapons here.
Roger.
Roger.
You ever shoot through an environmental
Wraith-
body to
waiting
shoot the
orders.
zombie behind it?
Rez can tell you I say Roger a lot.
Roger.
Roger, Roger. So you'll make either a really good battle droid or a wraith pilot. Depends on what we need, and what universe we're in.
Sure this is the right
Or a
way.
rabbit.
Lewis, the ocean doesn't flow into
Yeah,
the river.
that could work.
He laughed.
So, ooh, the beloved M4.
Finelli. It costs like like $3,000 in real life.
2K.
2,000. Oh, much for reasonable.
Francis, that boat's
Granted, you have to put
underwater.
another 5 to 6. Well, actually the butt stocks are crazy expensive. They like are charging $600 for them in some places.
And then you get the 2 modified back to actual proper capacity, like another like $700 or something.
It's like if you can get the parts at normal rates, it's maybe about 5 to 7 all told.
Anyways,
How dare
which
they-
way we
how
go?
dare they only ever sell it at reduced capacity?
It's the law enforcement appease the
Oh.
about BFA thing.
Well, my wife's sending for me. Woo woo. And also, medic. And I guess I'll put this on. I guess this might be a good time to remind people in chat. I have some new redeems to interact with. So if you guys want to play around with that, we could do that.
What are we redeeming?
I'm just chilling for myself a little bit. So I have some new redeems in my chat if people want to play around with that. Also, anytime as part of this Halloween spooky time, anytime someone redeems an medic, I'll put this on. So that's why I have the nurse
Weapons here.
cap, I guess. I guess you'd call it a cap. That's why I have that on. Thank you for the Dorito.
Look, Bill, this boat has wheels.
Son, that's a trailer, and you're an idiot.
Where's the lie, though?
Damn it, you
And
got-
wheels.
Damn it, Rez, you've got Magnum Force.
Exactly.
Magnum Force for his Magnum Dong.
Although-
Oh, H-Kills is sending me to
although-
hell. Alright, okay.
It's a monster condom for his Magnum Dong.
Alright.
Although, according to my mod, it's Chamber in God's caliber.
Alright. H-Kills has sent me to hell for the next, 5 to 10 minutes. So.
You can have a little hell as a treat.
Mm-hmm.
Weapons over here.
There we go. Damn it.
Ah!
I have been playing too much Hunt. I keep pressing F to
Francis,
pick stuff up.
do you even know what a sailboat looks like?
Quiet, Zoe.
I know that feel.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the next time I can join you guys, I don't want to be like total dog shit. Plus, it feels seasonally appropriate.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
Ooh. He was trying to make special friends with me.
Yeah. Let me turn Rudelad up just a smidge so I can hear my gameplay a little bit better.
Well, not trying to be too loud because I mean I do have roommates,
Mhm.
but
Yep. Whatever volume you're going to be at, that's what I want you to be at. I can make the adjustment in Discord. So,
perfecto.
yep.
Shoot me.
Oh my god, there's roommates.
It's just a very minor adjustment, like 10%. So,
And they were ruined.
My
oh my
there's
god, they
nothing
were
in there.
roommates.
Yes.
This looks
And they were
dangerous.
great friends.
My first two D&D characters be like... That's actually true.
You have the goo. He doesn't have the goo. Neither of them had the goo.
Get ready with
Oh,
some
last time.
fire.
Oh, we got a boss. Oh, we got dudes.
I just heard, oh, sorry, Rezdog.
Ow.
And they just KO me, feeling like shit. And it's the law for them.
I'm reloading.
See, putting infected down like this is why you carry jacketed hollow points instead of FMJs.
But why jacketed hollow points, Riz?
Because it puts more energy into the target, making it more likely to actually stop them immediately.
That makes sense. It's
And
kind
also,
of like...
you know, not
God,
over-penetrating
this
and
must
killing your
have
buddy
been
behind them.
horrible.
Also good.
That's a rock fact.
Boss 12.
So maybe you should eat.
On my end, the Spots 12 looks like the super shotgun from Doom 2.
It's not bad.
Chicken! Alright, chicken's down.
Stop it!
And my depth perception on how far the axe goes is kind of off.
First-person melee is always a bit weird.
Yeah, I feel like almost every first-person melee is just... I don't know, I've never encountered a game that actually did it right.
Cough, Vermintide, cough.
That's actually... I was thinking about that one too. It just... I don't know why you think it does. For me, it
Molly
never
back
did.
there.
I don't know why, but like, first-person Vermintide melee works for me.
Yeah, I mean, and what's its Dark Tide was working pretty good too. How was it? I don't know, how was it for you though, dude?
Oh, no. Dude, Dark Tide melee works
Weapons
amazing.
here.
Wicked, I actually had to pull a, everybody else did except me, clutch. It was amazing.
I think I was there for that. I was one of the ones that was dead.
Well, this looks dangerous.
Got the chicken. Oh god.
Pickle fight.
We gotcha.
Watch out!
Yoshi, bad Yoshi.
Alright, we all good?
Yep. Anyway, though, when does that Dark Tide beta open up?
Middle
18th?
of November.
18th? Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Also, never word of the stream. I say it all the goddamn time, but for anybody who's not familiar with it, the word utilized for friends in Navajo is chickis.
Chikiss.
Chickis.
Shikissus.
Yeah.
Is.
Shikis.
Chickis. Close enough.
Sin, I see you've studied the blade.
Yes.
The blade.
I figure as someone who has played,
Weapon over here.
I don't know, like 10 different Zelda games now, I should probably understand something about the blade, right? That's how that works?
Dude, have you played the GameCube version of Soul Calibur 2?
Yes, when I was a kid. I have not played it since, though.
You know what's rad about it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It makes me really sad that I sold my GameCube and that game, and my copy of Eternal Darkness.
Oh, the deep regrets to have.
Yep.
Why are you healing me, Lewis Bot? I mean, Sin is right over there, and he has so much less health than I do.
Blue Spot cares too much. In the dumbest way.
He just wants to get his hands on this sinewy old man bod.
Molotov's over here.
Man, not even Lewis will simp for me. How sad is that?
Something daddy issues?
but what about my something mommy issues? You ever think about that?
Hold up.
Everybody
gotta
has
heal.
issues apparently. Good God.
Except for you somehow. That's your superpower. You don't have issues.
Imagine that.
Hunter!
Rez is truthfully one of the most well-adjusted people I know.
Oh god.
He seems to be aware of his own fetishes, and he allows for them in polite society. You know, he's a physically active man despite his asthma. Has a beautiful speaking voice.
Ow! That hurt!
Reloading.
Yeah. Now Rez is a pretty good dude.
Yeah, will agree.
Somebody better check this out.
I can definitely vouch for how good of an influence he is to have in one's life.
So
No
no,
therapy.
well, I had some. It was
Who
nice,
needs
but-
therapy when you have a
I
Rez
do.
dog? No, that's
Not anymore
toxic.
therapy.
That's toxic. If you actually need therapy, go to therapy. Don't rely on your friends for that.
Yeah, that's really unfair to your friends.
Mm-hmm.
There was an episode of 30 Rock about that.
Yep.
There are professionals with a degree in that shit for a reason, people.
Yeah, I think the way I heard it put once is that oh god, is that like a therapist is like a friend in the sense that, like, you know, they'll hear out your issues and like give a shit about you, but they'll tell you the types of things that your friends won't tell you.
Yeah, I mean,
Safehouse, right
essentially, I've only got about one friend who like I rely on to call me on my bullshit. But that's something my therapist was exceedingly good at.
ahead. Everyone in here!
Well, shit, that was all.
Anyways, I think now that we're in the safe house, I can get myself out of hell here.
Also, Aloe. You know what I thought about it? My favorite bit of dialogue from a game has to be from the Deku Tree from Ocarina of Time. It's this main one that comes to mind. Well done, Link. Thou hast verily demonstrated thy courage. I knew that thou wouldst be able to carry out my wishes.
A single therapy
That's a
session
mouthful.
is worth like 100 subs to Sindef3 on Twitch.tv. Yeah, so if you support my therapy by
Well, I'm not ready to give up on
subscribing to
everything yet.
Twitch. This Egirl needs therapy. Like, I probably actually do though.
Therapy is wonderful. If I could afford it and my insurance wasn't such shit, I would definitely do it.
Yeah, I think I would at this point too. So yeah, if you want to see this Egirl get some therapy and learn how to deal with her mommy issues.
Hey, H-Kills, what's this say? Or is that Chinese? That might be Chinese, actually. No, might be Japanese.
This Egirl needs therapy and a fish needs water. Fucking thanks, H-Kills. you're you know what?
Wait, no, is that Japanese?
Wait, H-Kills, you know what you're doing? You're being that friend that's telling me, calling me out of my shit in the sense that, like, I'm gonna take this off.
Hey, dude, does that look like Japanese or...
I believe it's Japanese,
I
but
think it's... Yeah, the larger characters confused me for a second, but I think it might be Japanese.
Hey, H-Kills, is this Japanese?
Yeah, because the larger characters, I was like, wait, is that Chinese? But
It
then
is
it's like the
Japanese.
rest-
Okay,
yeah.
so what does it say? Do you like? Can you translate for us?
while I'm here in the background, don't make me break out the atomic elbow, brother.
Brother.
Yeah. And the horn noise I think I mentioned was Bonesaw is ready.
Oh, God. You waiting on H-Kills translation for our uncultured brains who need to really figure out what the
Wow,
fuck
it took so long
this
that I
graffiti
actually got the info.
says to us.
Right. Now,
Something did goodbye. Okay. Don't know if
So-
H-Kills is fucking with us or if that's actually what it says.
I mean,
For all I know,
Lots-
H-Kills can fuck with us.
lots of complicated writing and very complicated steps that convey a very simplistic message that could have been done in like 2 steps. Yep, sounds Japanese.
Well, yeah, but it is very much something that they maybe don't want other people reading. Also, Easter egg.
I can't remember this kanji at all. Okay. Alright.
My favorite Left 4 Dead Easter egg. Lewis is wearing Sean's outfit from Shaun of the Dead.
Oh yeah. There's also
Little tidbit there.
a Dead Rising reference in, I believe it was The Passing.
I think there was a like they were swapping achievements back and forth for a while.
Yep.
Where it's like they had the
53,594, 53,995, 53,596.
like I wonder who he's going for. Oh wait. I was about to say the gas can.
Weapon over here.
Another katana.
You have 2 katanas. What if you just named Cat and Anna?
Cat banana. What?
Cat and Anna.
They light themselves on fire.
Oh god.
Bad Diddy Kong.
I love how Rezdog and I both have Nintendo characters for that. We just have different ones. He has Diddy Kong. I have
Rez, thump gun.
Stop gun. Hold up.
I have Bokoblin.
All right. I'll.
Back up in, back up in. Where's the stop gun?
Back here. Back here, where I am.
Hell yeah.
Reloading.
In,
Yeah,
let's
I'll
say,
turn
in
the volume down a bit. The game is kind of loud.
Yeah. Yeah.
notice that I told Rez to take the thump gun instead of, me taking it myself, because I know how shit of a shot I am.
I thought you were gonna say that same thing about me, because that would have also been accurate, but I appreciate that you're being self-depreciating instead. It makes a better first impression.
Yeah.
Listen, I've seen Rez play Hunt. I know what he can do.
Rez is like, Rez is good.
No,
And to think you're the one that introduced me to PC gaming and shooting.
It is kind of weird, yeah, because when Rez and I first met, like he played like on the Xbox, like he played like Halo Reach and Black Ops on Xbox 360.
COD blobs.
Meanwhile, my FPS experience was mostly in Tribes 2 from the late 90s and early 2000s.
The Half-Life triple pack is where I got my experience. It was Half-Life and Opposing Force, and I forget what else.
Blue Shift.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they had released Blue Shift at that point.
Ah.
It was like, I think, like a team thing, Team Fortress 1 possibly.
Oh, I think we're just plastic.
Oh god.
I mean, I bought this in 2000.
Nice shot.
Yeah, it must have been Team Fortress Classic then.
Yeah.
Oh, lasers. What was it? Lasers.
It feels weird to acknowledge the existence of a Team Fortress 1.
Kind of does actually.
Like, it doesn't feel real.
But then again, the comics also acknowledge it, and they're all assholes, and I love it.
This should last until we're safe.
Damn it, I don't have any. There's no good rifles here.
Ah, really?
I put a laser sight in the thump gun. What's the point?
I guess.
Weapons.
I actually used to think that did something.
Although one of my favorites is put incendiary ammo on the thump gun, and then explosive ammo on the thump gun is just redundant.
The real question is, can you put a laser sight on a sword?
Ooh, okay. M16. I'm gonna run back and get a laser sight. right, that was definitely all me.
Weapons
Damn it.
here.
Where would the?
Reloading.
Oh my god, my stupid brain. Did we already pass where the? Can we go back to where the lasers were?
I think they're just like just down here.
Oh
aren't
yeah.
They?
Oh yeah, the stairs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Duh.
There's.
Yeah.
God, I feel dumb.
It's all right.
Um,
You're in good company. We're also dumb here.
We're
nah,
all
just,
dumb.
Together Tuesday, more like Together Dumbsday. Am I right?
dun.
2 brain cells.
Yeah, one for each streamer. We have 3 of us here, so we have to share.
Hot potato.
It's true.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's go.
We're
No, we're going.
Okay. Okay.
This is also a way we can go.
All right. Yeah. Like I heard Rez say, "Let's go," and then I realized I was not near Rez. In fact, Rez was with Lewis. Me and Rude had no idea where we were.
I have a Martini Henry grenade launcher.
I don't know if it's a good weapon to use near a gas tanker, but okay.
Oh god, Tyler Buff, no!
The chicken! Get him off me!
My favorite picture is like a hunter jumping on Bill,
Ammo here.
and it's just like tickle fight.
Oh god.
Damn it.
Reloading.
Dude, you might want to pop your skin. Let's go.
Alright, let's go.
I was holding out for possible other heals, but no, I mean, I'm going by my old instincts.
Over the ship.
God, we should play this game with my buddy Sako. She is, well, she's got a Mac now. I don't think she's got a machine capable of running this thing, but Sako was the one who essentially like got me into this game. The reason I have so many hours is because I played it with her. It's funny. It got to the point where she got married, and I wanted to get her like a katana, but I couldn't really afford it at the time. So I got her an axe,
You should
and
heal
then
up.
since they were having a Star Wars themed wedding, I had engraved on the head, "The Force will be with you always." And then the
Fun
date of the wedding.
axe?
That's pretty dope.
That is dope.
And you know where the axe was made? Finland.
Where? Of course it's Finland.
Nice.
Fiskars makes the best axes. We make good axes, and we make good snow tires and snow boots.
Drew, get your chicken ass over here.
Stand still. I'm
By the way,
gonna
my
fix
end, you're a chicken.
Thank you, Rez.
Huh.
you. I owe you one. No
So Green Link is a chicken. Okay, that's interesting. Is that why?
More
Is that what?
pigeons.
Hey, Rez, remember when Nerd was an asshole to that one witch?
Yep.
Is that because chickens are assholes? Is
Yep.
this how we find out this whole time? Oh god.
He's crushing me.
Oh, good thing I healed you.
Thank you.
Oh, Sin, get your ass over here.
Come on, let me heal you up.
Ooh. Health kit. What's the ping button?
I don't think they
Is there-
actually had a ping button in this one.
Yeah, I think that's I think that was too advanced for this era. I don't think they invented tagging until 2015. That button hadn't been invented
ping
yet.
buttons in video games matter so much. Holy shit. Like, Sin, remember how much we fucking used the ping button? What was it in EDF? When
Oh,
when
oh,
we
yeah.
Made fun of it.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I think EDF especially is one of those games that so strongly benefits from it. Oh god, Bokoblin! Alright,
Bad Diddy Kong.
oh, a hero witch. I don't know where. Oh.
You like opened up a door to run away from her. Nothing in here.
Okay.
That's okay, there's 6. Also, age kills? Yes, you probably should be scared by the fact that the modded charger that I have says Oishi.
Yo, can we take this ship? You know how to pilot this thing, Francis? I'm healing.
Climb up this pile of crap. Shut up, you stupid crows.
Get into the ship.
Look at all this gravel.
Look at all these chickens.
Reloading.
Spitter.
That's not good.
You good, fam?
Lewis, get your ass over here.
I hear a chicken. Oh!
Sometimes you shoot your with a grenade launcher. It'll work out.
Rude, you should probably pop the heal.
Yep, kill yourself.
Oh god!
What are you, a lawyer?
Can be.
No, I mean, the way we kind of ran is we kind of trained to conserve healing. Like,
No, I get that logic, but I was just also
I mean, if it's gonna make life easier for everybody.
yeah. I don't know.
No, very much so. Like when it was a concern though, like when you were black and white, you know, you had to call it out,
Reloading.
Yeah,
and I'd
sure.
always be like, Bravo whiskey.
The thing is with me, it's like I got so much of my practice in the case of movement is life and being low HP hinders your movement.
Grenades here.
So noted.
Mhm.
Because once you reach orange health, you slow down, then when you red health, you're even slower.
Yeah, that's something I noticed too. Because like in Vermintide, for example, that's not really a thing. So we really operate very much on like, are you on the gray health or not?
Jockey.
But in this game, it does seem to matter.
Got a weapon here.
Scar,
Oh, oof.
Green shit.
or you know,
Shit everywhere.
as it is in this game, Diet Scar.
Diet.
Scaranara, Scaranara. I don't know.
Well, the Scar's chambered in 2
Says
calibers.
60 native.
Yeah, 308 and 556.
You wanna know how I got these scars?
Oh god.
I bought it from FN. That's how I got
way
these
too
scars.
much money.
Mm.
For way too much money.
Yeah, I mean, you can... Like, the Scar was the hotness when, like, it was... Because people thought, like, SOCOM units were going to grab it or something.
No, they just found AR variants that they prefer.
No, I mean, honestly,
And again, AR pattern rifles are really fucking good.
yeah, I mean,
Charger.
they just... It's kind of like King Crimson. It just works.
Sweet Jesus.
Yep. Hello, spare first aid. You're coming with me. I'm gonna take you to a nice house in the suburbs. Treat you right.
Ladies, everyone inside.
There we go.
The other thing was that I definitely forgot about with Discord, you can actually talk between rounds because around this time, like voice chat in game would cut off.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh
right.
god, yeah.
God, remember
Jesus,
the
I
era of
forgot.
having to rely on that shit? Fuck that.
Dude, fuck that on Xbox Live.
Yeah, no, I'm glad I was largely. I'm glad I grew up with the PC where I don't have to deal with that shit all the
But
time.
TeamSpeak was wonky.
TeamSpeak was like for the time, TeamSpeak was actually pretty solid.
Never use that. I don't know.
It's in the
I
era
do
of
like a lo-
Discord where you got to have more than just, you know.
Discord brought a product and fixed the problem. People finally realized, oh wait, this shit we kind of needed. Holy shit!
Hmm.
And did it with a lot of nice quality of life shit.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you know, a fun UI.
I'm ready. You ready?
Hmm.
Were Discord the first ones to do dark mode?
I don't think, probably not. But like, it is nice that they have dark mode by default. So that was nice.
Dark mode by default is the name of my Megadeth cover band.
Dude, that sounds pretty dope, actually.
And you know what's the best about being a Megadeth cover band?
What?
Your vocalist doesn't have to be that good.
But your guitarist has to be insane, in like every meaning of the word insane.
Let's go.
Hello, me. It's
No, that's,
me again.
Hello, me. It's me again.
Who's the? I'm trying to remember the name of the dude. There was this like musical duo, and that was like a joke of theirs. X is the name of my Y cover band, and I worked those really hard for a very long time. It was actually mostly during this era, which is probably why I do it so much while I'm playing this game.
Hmm.
It unlocks those memories.
It's quite true.
Oh, we gotta get these generators going. These generators are never filled.
Next thing you know, I'll be moving into a depressing basement apartment and
I just know starting these
working a series of
generators
dead-end
isn't going to be
jobs and
quiet.
being super depressed for 3 years.
Only 3? Wow, that's pretty good. Sorry, that might have been a little bit mean.
No, that was like there was a 3-year block of sad.
Oh. Detonated. Wow, that zombie body blocked a grenade for the tank.
Wow. Impressive.
Who doesn't love a mag dump?
Probably whoever the gun is pointed at.
The tank.
Oh, let's go.
Hunted. That was another fun moment of playing this game. So I hadn't played in a very long time, and I'd forgotten what the push to talk button was. But then as soon as the hunter was on me, I remembered.
Oh yeah?
That's one way to force yourself to remember.
Well,
Nothing like a little panic.
yeah.
Preferably at the disco.
Reptile brain definitely activated.
Ow.
Okay, let's go for that last generator.
Alright.
Molotov.
These
Molotov
generators
cocktease.
are never at convenient spots.
I hate these stupid generators.
So many Randy Savages.
Alright. Oh,
Hunted again.
Code. Gotcha.
okay. Alright, I'll master the blade for you.
Okie dokie. Someone cover me, please.
Oh god.
Watch my back, please.
Okay, are we all good? Oh god, nope. Wait, where's more?
Run to the bridge.
But On the bridge, on the bridge.
Okay, okay, okay.
Get to the bridge.
Okay, someone get to the Madus.
I'll do it. Oh, I was about to say. I was about to volunteer as
What the hell?
tribute.
My generator's out.
Because, you know, that's that's the canon way it happens.
Yep.
My job's done. Let's see what you got, you big fat sons of bitches.
GG. In memory of Rudelad. I appreciate your sacrifice.
No, that's the canon thing that happens in this level.
I know.
Yep.
I know. I appreciate your sacrifice nonetheless.
No problem, homie.
Only in death does duty end.
Even in death, I still serve.
To liberate the oppressed.
That ain't the Imperial man I know. Ironically enough, I think grabbing the grenade launcher reduced the amount of kills I would have gotten this. What was it? This mission.
Yeah, I mean, unless you get like the best, like fucking like clumped up groups, like yeah, any kind of when you're doing AOE stuff, it's not really
You just use it when you need it.
yeah.
Yeah, I figured you would have cycled it out at a certain point. I got to think one more in me, guys.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Let's do the classic.
Ah,
The classic one.
the one so nice they put it in Payday 2.
Yep. That Payday 2 mission is really cool though, with how claustrophobic it is.
Oh yeah, and like you have to like really work the air denial mechanics because you have to like keep running back and forth to the centrifuges.
Oh, wasn't the lore that like the Payday 2 guys like low key accidentally caused this whole thing by doing that or something like that? Or
Well,
No,
it was
no,
already-
they get caught in the middle of it.
okay. Oh,
They get
okay.
caught in the middle of it. Because they're stealing samples from a guy, but then, like, in Payday 2, you start hearing the chaos start erupting around them.
Yeah, like Bill shows up for a hot second of that mission too.
We can take the subway tunnels to the hospital. There's a red line station not far from here.
Yeah, he shows up for, like, a little bit in that mission. And, like, it's also Bill's origin story, how he got out of the hospital, is, like, insane. Because, like, basically Bill actually, like, fought his way out of the hospital. What, like, just forcing himself through the anesthesia. Because he was going under for surgery at the time.
Smoker. And it's close.
Also, Bill became a survivor in Dead by Daylight.
Reloading!
Bill's an iconic character.
No, he's great. I just wish Jim French was still alive so he could be in more games.
Right? Yeah, that's kind of what sucks with, like, so, like, especially a Soldier's voice actor.
Yeah.
Rick May.
Yeah, he died to COVID. Shit sucks, man.
Yep.
But, you know, that's life, you know? I mean, shit. Sometimes
It
just
happens.
shit happens. You know, not to say that, like... Because, like, you could argue that, like, you know, maybe his death was avoidable, because low-key it was, but, like... But sometimes, you know, I mean... Oh, God.
We got you, we got you.
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Got a weapon here.
Well, like, what
There's
if
a katana in here.
like I know like the sequel trilogy to Star Wars is not
Grenade!
it's a mixed bag at best, right? But like, one of the things that I recognize about it is like, man, it sucks that like they clearly had plans for Leia, and
Yeah, Carrie Fisher passed.
and Carrie Fisher fucking died. Like, and like, what the fuck do you do about that?
Reloading.
Yeah, it definitely sucked. It's funny. All right, so in my estimation, everyone has a perfect album. It's something that's extremely subjective, but it's basically an album where every time you listen to it, you never want to skip a song. And you always listen to it all the way through.
Yep.
One of those for me is Graceland, which is a Paul Simon album, and the title track on there is about Carrie Fisher.
Oh.
And about how their marriage ended. And it's like such a profoundly sad song in places.
Probably sadder in retrospect now.
I mean, like, even before she died, I thought it was a sad song.
Yeah, no, that's why the ER was there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't quite hear that. That is on me.
That's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
But yeah, it's a very beautiful album. It's called Graceland. Although Paul Simon did kind of dick over Los Lobos on songwriting credits, so that's another thing that makes the album a little sadder to hear sometimes. I think the most popular song, off that album was "Call Me Al." There we go.
Lock that door.
Oh my god.
Ooh, I'm surprised I threw through all my ammo there.
Hey Rez, you know those last few like guitar tones there at the when we get to the safe house?
Yeah.
Doesn't it sound exactly like the same guitar that's used in Halo Reach when the Zealots come out in the first level?
I know. Oh my god, it does.
It sounds exactly like it, right?
Also, props to fucking Halo Reach for making elites threatening as shit.
Oh, that is the best thing about Halo Reach. I love like that there's like fucking like 7 tiers of like fucking elite in that game or some shit like that. And
And even the lowest elite just shakes up an encounter.
Listen,
yes,
like the work, that kind of killed the threat of the elites for a while.
yeah, I think you gotta kind of have to learn how to embrace the war at a certain point. Because like, because it's like they're not necessarily intimidating. But to be fair, I feel like Combat Evolved is supposed to have more of this air that the Covenant's more scared of you than you are of them. Especially since the thing that you're actually supposed to be terrified of in that game are the Flood.
Yeah,
Combat Evolved
true.
is so much campier. I love it.
But I think that is what also, in contrast, makes Halo Reach so good. It's like, you're not the Master Chief. You're not the demon. So when you're encountering the Covenant, they're actually much more confident against you, and they're actually much more scary as a result.
Ooh, I fell through. There was just a subtitle that said "Boomer Rage," and I'm like, "What? Did they feel they're being taxed too much?
No.
That they're angered by two-factor authentication?"
No, they're probably more offended by the fact that like transgender people exist,
God,
or some mix of those, you know.
I have to deal with boomers a lot in my day job, and
Oh god.
they are just so angry that they're not relevant anymore. It would be hilarious if it didn't make my life such a pain in the ass.
But the problem with that though is that
It's here.
they're actually extremely relevant. They're just entitled
Because
pricks.
They are.
There's such
Like-
a massive population because why? Because they're baby boomers. They're a
Yeah.
huge population. And
Yeah.
they have a shitload of voting power. A shitload.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, like. I'm sorry that younger people don't fucking agree with your transphobia, homophobia, and racism. Like, get the fuck over it, old people.
So the company that I work for, I will not name them, but they did actually have like like I'm kind of exasperated by them for a lot of reasons, but they did have a moment that I really appreciated. So there was a guy who called in, and I saw like it was basically marked that like this guy can no longer own any products with us. Anything he has with us is removed. No more of anything for him. And I'm like, I wonder why this guy got that. And he was like, hey, you know, like what happened to my accounts? You know, I can't see anything anymore. Blah blah blah. I'm like, let me go ahead and place you on a brief hold, sir. And then I read the notes, and this guy apparently got frustrated with one of our reps, and he busted out he busted out a slur, like a bad slur.
Oh God.
Like,
And
the N, the C, which, like, something
N.
on that level?
The N.
Okay.
the end.
Mhm.
And like the employee had happened to report to their manager, and their manager was like, this is not good, we're going to kick this up the chain. It got kicked up the chain, and the guy like got his privileges pulled. So, and after I saw that, I came back and I'm like, I'm sorry, sir, we've elected to no longer do business with you. And he's like, dang it, you know, I just said one thing, and I don't know what's going on here, and blah blah. I'm like, sir, we have elected to no longer do business with you. If there's nothing else I can do for you, I'm going to disconnect this phone call. Have a nice day. And it was honestly it was a very satisfying feeling. I'm sorry that someone had to like hear that shit from that like sad old man, from that sad angry old man. But I'm glad that they took the appropriate response when it did happen.
Yep.
You know, I haven't heard too much of that type of shit despite dealing with drunk people when I was a bartender.
Well, I mean, you know Rez IRL, right, Sin?
Yes, yeah, we've been friends for like 13, 14
More than
years
half of our
now.
lives.
Yeah.
I imagine Rez has a little bit of an aura about him.
In what sense do you mean?
Like that weird glowing thing that comes off Dragon Ball characters that tells people not to fuck with them.
Maybe a little bit. I don't know that it's anything that intense, but like, but Rez has a very kind of like stoic attitude, I guess.
I mean, does he have RBF is the other question.
RBF.
Resting bitch face.
Oh, yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that can be a part, because I definitely have RBF myself. And... oh shit, why the fuck did I do that? I was like, hey, why is that zombie kneeling down? I'm like, oh no.
You fool!
Yeah,
You fool of the
this is-
truth.
well, I mean, I could say my ADHD meds have worn off, and they have, but it's still a shit decision.
Take
so.
more meth.
What
Take your meth, Rude.
about Ritalin?
That is meth.
Ritalin is meth.
Oh shit, you're right. I forgot.
Uppers. I think the generic name for what I take is amphetamine salts.
What's the other one that isn't Ritalin?
Adderall.
Adderall.
Which is
Okay.
also meth.
Okay.
Or Concerta.
Which is also meth? I think they're all meth.
It's an upper.
Anyways, this is your ammo.
Cool.
Yep.
Anyways, throwing this down there so we can just cut off that spawn point behind us.
Okay. So what are we doing?
Holding up in a room.
Okay.
Yep.
Throw a man the gun.
Get ready.
Will this gun overheat?
Yep.
Okay.
A little bit. It's
Okay.
a machine gun.
All right. I just need to know. Oh god.
Shit
I,
house now.
I need to learn about God apparently because
Hunted.
Up, 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 up.
Help.
That's it. Door's open, let's go.
okay.
Oh,
Hi, Bunny. How's it
I
going?
think I really hurt something.
Choke bombs. What? Sorry, I'm
It's
starting
going
to see
good?
the world
Okay, good.
in hunt vision.
yeah.
It's really bad. Like
Damn it, this hurts.
I started playing the campaign of Titanfall 2 again for funsies. So all of a sudden I'm
The
like in
campaign-
cut.
The
Weapons
Titanfall 2
here!
campaign is really good.
It's amazing. Like I'm playing it again on hard, and I'm gonna try and get all the helmets and stuff like that. I mean, it's only like about a 5-6 hour campaign if you're humming. Like I saw Selen Tatsuki do it in like 5 hours 20 minutes. Of course, she's an Apex addict, so
Thanks.
she was doing the movement you're supposed to do in Apex, staying in cover, but like zooming around.
Oh, I just realized you need to heal.
Look, I know we gotta move, but I
You're
gotta
even
heal
more
you.
critical than Rude was.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but you know, I can heal Rude, so I might as well. Doesn't really hurt to heal.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we going out the window, or what's the? I don't know where we're going.
There.
Stairs. Okay.
We're just taking those roof supplies.
Okay. Yeah, because I literally will never know where we're supposed to go unless like I see a very obvious sign. So.
Lewis, stop. Lewis, stop.
Oh god.
Reloading.
All right, we're good.
Lewis, I still have stims. We're good.
Stim's a pretty good ability. Makes hurts your Marines, but they go faster and they shoot faster somehow.
Let me heal you up.
Yeah, but then you like run
Safehouse,
faster
just
and you
ahead.
can like wall run, and
This
I
should
prefer
last
grappling
until
hook
we're
though.
Groovy.
Evil Dead reference.
Groovy.
Get inside.
Hey, question, Rez. How do you suppose like the StarCraft stim makes the Marines hold their like shoot their guns faster? How do you think that
Because it's
works?
semi-auto.
Semi-auto. So they're just like actually just going more ham on that shit. Like, is that the logic?
Probably.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
That or they flick it to full auto because now they have the muscle strength to handle the fucking recoil.
But that's kind of what the power suit's for. So I don't know.
True.
To be fair, though, the Marines in StarCraft do tend to be pretty muscly.
Anyways, you ready?
Yeah, I think so.
I really have a bad habit of double tapping everything, even when I'm
Weapons
using a
here.
shotgun.
Oh my god.
I mean, as someone who was just doing stuff in the Halo 1 library yesterday, I can understand that.
Double
The,
tapping is very important.
hmm Double tap the flood. You never
Well,
know.
that's how you're supposed to do it IRL. Because what's it? For those of us who do not have access to full automatic weaponry, which is almost everybody, you're supposed to do 2 center mass.
hmm
There's a defensive, well, like a shooting sports thing called the IDPA, which is different from the IPSC, IPSC, because it emphasizes Jesus Christ. That's right, it
It's
emphasizes
a
Jesus
very
Christ.
Christian.
Yeah.
This is a Christian stream now.
There are
That's
a lot
why
of
I'm
Bible
dressed
lovers.
like a Goth Egirl.
Yes, exactly.
And now I have a katana, the way of Jesus.
Yes. Well, no. IPSC. They are much more for like they do weird shit like shoot at bowling pins and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And guys use like weird calibers like 38 Super and then like
There's
these
a smoker around
1911s
here.
that like look like they fell off a spaceship's ass, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas IDPA
Hold on,
emphasizes like more.
back off. Away from
What's
the get away from the gas station.
Yep. I'm away. All right, do
Get
the thing.
away, get away now.
And then
I
we're
forgot.
gonna go up here for loot.
I definitely forgot about that.
Get your Jesus Lord together, Sin.
We got weapons over here.
Yeah, fun fact. So, Jesus' Japanese brother uses katana, not Jesus himself. That's the real lore according to H Kills.
It's all good.
Wasn't there a rebellion in like China or something over that, or was that? Was that a Chinese rebellion over that?
Oh, over wait, which thing?
Some guy calling himself Jesus' brother.
I have no clue.
Yeah, there's so many rebellions in China.
I just know that they like would test secret Christians in Japan by
Oh, crap.
by having them step on a picture of Jesus.
Oh, that's right. I forgot to have the Majora's Mask moon.
Oh, so like the Termina moon is just hanging over everything.
Mm-hmm. You see, this whole zombie infection thing is it's really caused by Majora. This is what happens when you don't have the Hero of Time.
I swear to God, I have caught every single charger this game.
I think you actually have.
They really like you here.
If someone on YouTube wants to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure you're. Yeah, I actually think that's true.
Okay, get him one. Shoot and scoot. Shoot and scoot.
May we? Anyway, the IDPA, the training there is you shoot 2 rounds center mass. And actually the way they have the targets is like really interesting because the target like squares on them. You can't actually see them when you're shooting at the targets because they're like done with like these very light perforations on the surface.
The hunter's on Francis.
But then when you
Actually,
take
go
the
from
score
inside pit.
afterwards, yeah. So the
Weapons here.
and they score it. It's all time based. So if you like shoot like exactly where you're supposed to, either center of the head or center mass of the torso, you get like +0. But if you shoot anywhere else, you get like either +2 or +5 seconds to your time.
Good shot.
So yeah, it's a very interesting way. I've shot like 2 IDPA matches and they're lots of fun. But as I've mentioned to you guys, I'm a shit shot. So
That's all right.
Reloading.
We're not asking you to leave the communist revolution, at least not yet.
This is the reloading.
And even then, the leaders don't need to be the ones good at aiming. They need to be good at commanding.
who said I'd be a leader?
Oh, shoddy.
Well, if you want to be on the front lines.
Listen, I'm trying to think like if there was an actual like war that I would have to take part in, what would be my best role for my personal talents? Probably it would be intelligence analysis.
Reloading.
Now I'm just thinking about that damn Simpsons sketch. Frontline infantry. Frontline infantry. Frontline infantry. Frontline infantry. Frontline infantry.
Reloading.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just, at least for the vast majority of the history of war, you really just need dudes like that. They don't even need to be good. They just, I mean, like obviously it's better if they are, but numbers have largely been the main determining factor. That is a little bit different now, though.
Well,
with the advancements of technology.
Hey, hell, look at Ukraine and Russia now.
Yeah,
Weapons here.
I'm definitely not trying to talk out of my ass on this, since there are people in my family that actually do this kind of shit and analyze this kind of shit for a living. So,
yeah.
but I don't know.
Reloading.
That just reminds me of that line from Starship Troopers. They'll always need us. The doughboy, the duckfoot, the bloody infantry.
Yep.
Oh man, I was about to say, does Lewis Bot have you? Lewis Bot does not have you. So.
No, Lewis Bot kind of watched the whole thing happen.
And it was like, I was like, yep, that sure happened.
Thank you.
Sin, take your pills.
Yeah, eat the hell out of them pills.
Yep. Remember to take your estrogen.
Yep.
Well, that happened to my face.
I really want to build a classic M16
Behind you.
A1.
I hear a witch.
This is
You mean
not
like a
gonna
select
work.
fire one, or just like in the triangle heart handguard configuration?
Ideally, it's like fire.
God, like the Sears for those things are like
Oh.
50K at this point.
Hold on,
You can.
hold on.
Fire in the hole! Grenade!
Hey, Bill, might be a good time to patch yourself up.
Oh my god, a fucking the goblin came out instead. That's weird.
Reloading.
It said the witch injured you. Don't startle her next time.
Yep,
I did not startle her.
Yep, anyways, stim yourself. Let's keep going.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do, Mom.
Yes,
I shouldn't
sure.
call. I shouldn't call you that. That would imply that I want you dead.
Oh, sorry.
Find a manhole.
There we go.
Hospitals and others.
Oh, I forgot. It changes the sound design when you take a stim.
Adrenaline.
I feel awful. Reloading!
Getting close is probably easier than doing a tweet.
Into the hospital!
Canada's really volatile, so you don't probably.
This is really starting
Yeah.
to hurt.
Ooh, the HK gun, I think.
Oh,
With like the
thanks.
weird sight on it.
I owe you.
Hold on, let me patch you up.
Thank you.
Ah,
But yeah, there's the weird like HK gun over here.
Sorry.
I don't know what it's supposed to be like though.
weapons here.
Do you want to try it then, or
Every second.
Yeah, I'll take this.
okay?
Anyway,
It's a lot of dead bodies.
oh yeah, that's what most hospitals are like during a plague.
Get inside.
Pills
Oh,
are
really?
good.
I would, as the child of a doctor, I wouldn't know. Oh, these pills? Okay, let me get that mommy milk.
Grab it, grab.
Where's the pills actually? I didn't even.
Side room.
I have them.
Oh,
Oh, did you drop your sin for it? Oh, fuck.
I like the sounds this thing makes.
Go, let's go. Inside.
yeah. The,
Sweet.
He was like, no, you get in there.
But yeah, an AR-15 compatible Sear, those I think are like 50K now.
Yep. Machine guns are a rich person's thing, unfortunately.
I think like Forgotten Weapons covered this, but there's an interesting thing where like I think the cheapest machinery you can get is like a micro Uzi,
And
but they're like
$7,000 minimum.
and they're like absolute shit to shoot. But apparently there has been like a company that like basically manufactured a gun to go around the micro Uzi to make it into an actual functional firearm.
Yeah. Yeah, because again, the only regulated part is like the fire control group and all that type of bits. Really, you could just take off the barrel and all that other stuff and just literally just use the fire control bits.
I believe it literally turns into like an AR-15 style gun.
Yeah, they look kind of cursed, but hey, country boys make do.
And may we. And the really hilarious thing is, I think it's like absurdly easy to machine like an AR-15 Seer.
Oh yeah, I know it is. How would I know? I can't tell you.
I don't want to know.
Am I still
Oh,
awake,
like-
Q? That's
like,
because I
literally-
actually had a nap between yesterday and today.
I mean, in reality, all you need is a drill press and the ability to and a wire code hanger.
Yeah. But again, these are details we should not give to the general public because that
No.
would be irresponsible.
Yeah.
Also,
Very irresponsible.
So Q, this is a new round of makeup. It's not the same makeup as yesterday. So I took that off after yesterday's stream, and then my wife
Okay,
reapplied
the
it like a few hours ago. So yeah, it's like I don't think it's showing up on the camera, but there should be like some hearts on my cheek. Let me try to lean in. Like I don't know how well you can see
I'm
the
sleepy because I'm still feeling a little bit
hearts,
of the night.
but these tiny little black hearts like right around here.
Oh god, I remember I had to help out my grandma when my parents hadn't gone back from town yet, and I was in the middle of NyQuil sleep. Literally, I hear the bell. It took like she rang it so many times. I finally forced myself awake just through it, and like my arms were numb. It was like weird, like being forced to like
Thank you,
forcing
Q.
oneself awake out of that.
All right, let's go.
Like being forced out of NyQuil, forcing yourself out of NyQuil sleep is very strange feeling.
it's like swimming uphill.
Yep.
I mean, you just need the Zora outfit, and then you can somehow swim up a waterfall. Don't ask how that works.
Also, I think this is the game where I do crouch firing the most in any game.
Oh, you see, there's your problem. You lost your thumb here.
Although I think crouch firing in this game is very useful, precisely because it's better for your team to shoot over you.
Behind you!
And also accuracy and all that type of jazz.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
true. Like, friendly fire kicks in one level up from here.
It already is friendly fire, but it matters one level up from here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we essentially call it out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the thing is, like, one of the great innovations of Back 4 Blood over Left 4 Dead
Oh shit.
is that, you know, when someone calls you out for friendly fire, your character actually apologizes. Or, of course, says something pithy depending on the character.
Well, yeah, of course. Meanwhile, in fucking Vermintide, Sienna, stop roasting me.
Stop roasting me! Sienna, why is my hair on fire?
Hey, there's weapons over here!
So, the only, like, person I've, like, heard from the Vermintide 2 cast really distinctly in the Vermintide 2 cast, Darktide, is the guy who plays Barden. He is definitely one of the Ogren voices.
Oh yeah,
I can see
definitely.
that. Yeah, I could see him, dude, being
I
a
just
good
really
cast
wish they
for-
got Saltfire's voice actor. Not even doing a Saltfire voice, but like just his voice actor for like a zealot voice.
I'm pretty sure he's in there. It's just doing something different.
Yeah.
Ooh, no, actually no, he would be great for like one of the mission controls.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Charger!
Like I
And
think
so-
his voice actor would be great for a mission control for that game.
I could definitely see that. Yeah.
Well, what's his name? Not Toby Jones, but Toby Longworth. He reads the Gaunt's Ghosts and the Inquisitor and the Eisenhorn and Ravenor books, all written by Dan Abnett. And then Helen Keeley reads the Beckwin books, also written by Dan Abnett. And they both have voices in the game,
Here, take this.
which I'm very happy with because I love both those all of those
Francis, use your
audiobooks.
first aid kit.
I just wish the Gaunt's Ghost books would come out faster.
Damn it! You knock it
Because,
off!
like, the series is done.
Incendiary
But-
ammo.
Um, but they like. It feels like they're releasing an audiobook like once every 3 years. I know it's
Sounds
getting to
about
the
right.
point. Yeah, I know it's getting to the point where I just want to like literally just produce them myself. I'm like, fine, I'll read all about Gaunt's ghosts.
Get ready.
I'll do it myself.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. It actually slows down when you zoom in.
Weapons here.
Oh my god, you're actually focusing.
Oh god. No!
Gotcha.
Thank you.
In the elevator. Elevator.
Hunter.
That's the wrong way.
So I think the chicken model for the hunter on my end is broken, but the sounds still work. So it's kind of weird seeing a normal hunter.
Making chicken noises.
Yeah.
I guess we do have to wait for Lewis Bot.
I wonder if Boomer Juice is the Egirl bathwater equivalent to zombies.
Ain't so damn funny now, is it?
Well, I don't know. All I can say about that is I'm not selling my Egirl bathwater because that's probably going to get me sued if I do that.
False
What, does-
advertising.
Or
It's actually not bath water. You don't take baths.
yeah, it's shower water.
Probably someone could probably sue you for false advertising over that.
At a point, also, it's not like. Also, I'm pretty sure just like selling that would be illegal for health reasons.
Weapons here.
Listen, certain
FDA
certain
doesn't
persons
care
have done it.
FDA doesn't care about their health reasons. They just want their cut.
Well, my uncle does work at the FDA. Maybe I could work something out. So if I talk enough to my uncle about this, maybe you guys can get my. Okay, we're gonna stop that there. I'm not even gonna continue that line of joke.
Instead, especially if it's something to do with the testicles.
That's true. Yeah, actually, like no joke. My uncle did his thesis on a very niche, like function of the testicles, and in doing so, probably became the world's leading expert on that exact thing.
The foremost
Ow.
expert on your balls.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, totally ham-fisted segue. We were talking earlier about Space Marines,
Yeah.
but from Hololive there is Hosho Marine,
Also,
who is essentially a horny pirate. That's her whole character.
Okay. Cool.
Um,
I can dig it.
and she naturally speaks Japanese, and her English is
Oh god.
kind of hilarious.
Fuck! Holy shit! Oh my god!
Well, that happened.
Oh my god.
That
Come on, Lewis.
that charger just fucking bodied us off the edge. Oh my god!
Well,
Well,
let's get out of here, Lewis Bot, and let's hope I don't die.
Hey, live together Tuesday, die together Tuesday.
Over here.
Okie dokie.
Oh my
I
god!
saw the charger, I was like, oh no.
I was like, wait a minute.
Oh
That would-
fuck!
Awesome. That sounds like a witch.
Good fucking luck. Oh my god!
Good. Yep. Safehouse right there. You're good.
We can get to the roof through here.
Lewis Bot, for all that is holy, get in here.
All right, good job, Rude.
That was out of fucking nowhere.
Dude, that was the Giga Chad.
That's, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that was hilarious.
Oh yeah, that was great. We got played. Skill issue, yeah.
That was unfortunate.
Because it played, you got the whole Broadway review. Sweet Jesus.
Nice view of the city.
Oh, got my AK back. I'm happy. Anyway, we all ready?
Well, as the song says, we were born to make history.
I really wish that wasn't the case because this pandemic and the financial crisis and the wars all suck.
Yeah, I don't like revisiting all the horrors of the 20th century in the same, like, 2 years.
I was trying to make a cute reference to Yuri on Ice, guys. You made it sad.
Welcome to the real world. You can't just hide in VTuber land.
We can go through here,
I
guys.
wish we could.
Got it.
Although, here's the thing, though. Also, I really wish we didn't live in interesting times. Interesting times are overrated.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like that thing of, like, you know, like, try to make a D&D character that has a stable, like, emotional health and mental health and all that stuff. Why the fuck would they ever be an adventurer?
No, that's... So, Rez is part of a campaign that I'm running right now.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're the DM for that.
I am.
Yeah.
And the big thing I wanted everybody to ask, I'm like, why is your character doing this? Why are they adventuring?
Uh-huh.
Because it's a very morally ambiguous setting that we're in.
Okay.
So, I really wanted to get an idea of why these people are dungeon crawling and shit.
Okay. Cool.
And Rez's character has a very good reason for it. Our mutual friend Mai Pupuna, her character, speaking of emotionally unstable characters, her character is essentially, she's being played as a fangirl of the Eldritch Abomination that gives her warlock powers.
She's a simp for her patron. That's fucking
Yes.
amazing. Awesome.
And then
Her patron simp.
I love it.
And the and the way we're playing it is that every time she levels up, she gets a new merch drop.
I love it.
Well, I was trying to basically I thought I was going to have to write her off after just one episode because we didn't know if her schedule would work or not. Okay. So at the end of the very first session, I had her character disappear in a flash of fire.
Okay.
But she was able to come back last week, and so she reappears again. But she appears to be holding something that is an acrylic standee, which is it's a merch thing where it's essentially like a miniature like acrylic plate that has your favorite character on it.
Okay.
And that gave her, I think that let her level up. I think the last thing she got was the art book, which was the Eldritch Tome that Warlocks get at level 3.
Okay.
It was great times. I also, Rez's character is definitely the straight man in a group full of weirdos.
Yep.
I definitely had the same role in a game of Vampire. Whereas what's the Japanese comedy thing where there's like one wacky guy and one serious guy?
Buddy Cop, I don't fucking know.
Okay, Sakomi or something like that? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's the one. My character was the serious one. I was essentially like a Nosferatu Mo from the Three Stooges.
Oh god.
Not gonna lie, it was fun to play.
Weapons here!
Nosferatus, just leave me alone, please.
Chopper's on its way.
What's the main advantage of being a Nosferatu in Vampire anyway?
You can be invisible. You also have a crate. Like, Nosferatu are very insular. So, like, even if you're, like, if there's Nosferatu that you're dealing with, like, they'll defer to you. Like, also, Nosferatu are the kings of the internet in the vampire world. It was definitely that, like, you go all the way back to the 90s source books, it's always written that way. God, I love that.
Oh, she's up here. I was wondering where she went.
Hey, this weapon's over here. Jockey! Boomer!
I
These
boomed the
levels are so
boomer.
well put together.
You know what else is not cool? Running in front of my field of fire.
That sounds like victim blaming to me.
Well, this is one of those things that's very different between like video games and real life. Because if there's someone in a fixed position firing an automatic weapon ahead of him, you don't run ahead of that guy trying to get kills.
It's a matter of perspective, really.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Oh,
Weapons over here.
Well, that
Oh.
happened.
yeah, I don't have the best weapon to fight him.
He's dead.
Okay.
Go spot.
Watch my
Stop
back,
it.
please. Bill!
Hunted. Thank you. Aw. You saved Lewis. Lewis saved me. Ah, God.
Okay.
That kind of worked.
I love him place guns.
Reloading.
God, the fact that the chicken texture no longer works for some fucking reason, but the audio does. Fucking weird.
Reloading.
Well, you kind of picked up on the fact. That's the same kind of reason as to why I have the Macho Man Randy Savage mod on for the sound. Because it would look weird if all the zombies were dressed like Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh yeah.
Snap it to a Slim Jim.
Oh shit. Okay, he's out of my field of fire. Go, 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 go. I'm distracting him. There's a machine gun. Use it.
Yeah, I didn't have line of sight, man.
There we go.
Guys, the helicopter's here. Let's go.
Oh, all right.
That was the wrong direction. I'm sorry.
Go, go, go.
Go, 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 go.
Go, ninja. Go, ninja. Go. Oh, man. If we hadn't been in the ending animation, like that thing thrown by the tank probably would have killed all of us.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Also,
All right,
that
folks.
pilot, he's a fucking mad lad.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't use the actual pad and landed on it. No, he pulled up in front of the pad and hovered.
It worked out
Plus,
though.
I have my credit song is freaking Paint It Black. It's actually really good.
Hmm.
There we go. That was just the bounce there. Yeah. Like the original, like, Rolling Stones version?
Yep.
Oh. Now, the Unseen, who are a Boston punk band, do a pretty smoking cover as well. That's just an amazing song, though. Oh, I should tell you guys what I did for my brother's birthday one year.
Oh yeah.
So my brother absolutely loved the Beatles when he was younger, but he kind of switched over to being a Stones guy. So one year on his birthday, he had a big party at his house. So I decided to make a great big show, and I rolled up with a door that was painted red, and a can of black paint, and a paintbrush.
Oh my god.
I like
him
it.
and all his party guests took that red door and they painted it black. The really funny part, though, was there weren't a lot of like really bright red colors. I'm gonna go ahead and leave the lobby. So I eventually had to go for the Disney palette, and that door was painted Mickey's Pants red.
Oh my god.
Yep. I don't know if they still make those paints, but yeah, Mickey's Pants red. Excellent color for a bright red door. All right, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, but I got to be at work in 4 hours.
Oh,
Oh god.
good God, dude.
Dude, why?
Well, I couldn't sleep, which is why I was dicking around, and Rez invited me in. I'm like, this would be a good way to go to sleep, and
Yeah.
I think it will be.
Also, what's
Gentlemen.
your username on Twitch so I could give you shout outs?
Rudelad 737.
Rudelad 730. All right, cool. Wait. So,
Gentlemen,
Rudelad.
been a pleasure, and I'll catch you later.
All right. So that was Rudelad. Shout out in my chat. I'll do one in Rezdog's chat as well. I
yeah,
could
you're massive.
Rudelad 737.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rudelad's pretty cool. I like him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was just trying
Cool,
to
dude.
gonna touch up my lipstick here.
Lou got some boomer juice. Let some fucking central nervous system stimulants fight off this leftover NyQuil that's still in my system.
Wait, what is boomer juice in this context?
Monster. White
Oh,
monster.
okay. I guess I could maybe go to go to the bathroom or whatever as just like a brief. We could go to break right now. So
Take a small break. Small break, everybody. We'll be back.
all right.
Did you know that zombies are bitch ass motherfuckers? Oh my god. Am I actually back before Sin? Huh. Well, what do you know? Anyways, how's everybody doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Also, H-Heals, yes. But don't remind them, because Lord knows what would happen if we encounter a tank that did not skip leg day. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants a tank that actually does leg day. Damn. Sin's air conditioning is quite aggressive. Let's turn them down. Ooh, pick it up. Let's crack this open. Crack open this. I don't know if you heard that. There we go. Okay, here's the thing. Unironically, White Monster actually tastes pretty good. No cap. But then again, I also am a legitimate caffeine addict. So, you know, maybe I might be a little biased.
Forgot to unmute myself. Okay, now I'm back.
You weren't even muted to begin with. We were hearing your air conditioning.
Oh, well. Actually, no, you're probably hearing the laundry. Because I was taking care of a little bit of that. Because my wife forgot to make sure it was all done before stream. So I'm just kind of helping her out with that during the break. While she sleeps. So. Anyways, but I was muted on my end. Is what I was trying to say though.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't mute myself in Discord, but I muted my stream. Anyways,
ready to get to the next one?
Yeah, I guess we could.
Crash course. Crashing will be the easiest thing they do today. If crashing is the easiest thing you do today, well, actually, no, it's not too hard to crash it. Surviving a crash is hard.
So I'm thinking either we're immune
Lock your armor, Spartan.
or we get real lucky.
Well, at least we got out of the city and into a different city.
I'll do shoddy.
Oh, will you knock it off?
Pilot's license revoked.
Oh my god, Zoe.
Holy shit, that's so insensitive.
Oh my god, Zoe. What
Oh my
the hell?
god. Like, I remember making a comment like, oh, man, he really put his all into this. I feel bad for him. She's like, I'm gonna make a joke at this dead man's expense. Oh my god. What a
Pilot's license revoked.
what a bitch.
Then again, considering all the shit they've been going through this entire time,
You know, it could be
Like-
yeah, it could be that dark humor, you know. Yeah.
it's like, you know, dark humor like that's probably the only way they get, one of the few ways they put up with this shit. Hey, hell, look at the morbid shit soldiers say all the time.
Oh, I was gonna say the morbid shit that doctors say all the time.
That too.
Doctors have a very dark sense of humor because they're, you know, they have
Truck is
they have to
blocking
deal
the
with
way.
it. They also have to deal with people who are absolutely refusing to, you know, listen to the most basic shit.
Also, Sin, pills over here.
Heads up, spinner.
God, not having a ping button in this type of game is really showing itself.
Yep.
We got weapons over here.
Yeah, doctors have a morbid sense of humor. Soldiers have a morbid sense of humor.
Basically, people who are surrounded by death very often will develop a dark sense of humor as a coping mechanism.
It's a pretty effective coping mechanism. Emphasize the word cope.
Yep.
Because, oh boy. Depression, anxiety, and all that shit amongst medical professionals happens quite a bit.
Yep. I mean, I saw it firsthand with my dad. Because he got mega depressed about 10 years ago. And actually, the fact that he was a doctor when he was experiencing the symptoms of it, he was like, basically, it was like, there are two things this could be. One of them is some kind of mental issue. The other is like a type of cancer that basically is a death sentence. So, that was kind of spooky for him, because like it's like one of those things like he's cursed with knowledge, you know.
Yep.
Because most people wouldn't think, hey, I don't have an appetite lately. Am I literally dying of cancer? Like, that's not...
Google operates like that.
Well, okay, yeah, but like... But you know, when you're a doctor, you actually know, like, when the fuck to actually be concerned about, like, you know, a deadly...
Loss of appetite and...
Yeah. Because it wasn't just loss of appetite, but that was the more noticeable symptoms. That, like, he basically could not get himself to eat more. And you know my dad, he's not, like... He's already a skinny dude.
Yep.
So... When he was, like, you know... Basically, like, put it this way, like, he's roughly my height, and, like, he dropped to, like, 120 pounds or some shit.
Oh, God.
Yeah, not exactly great. It's not like deathly, like, you know, skinny, like, or underweight or anything, but it is like,
Very worrying.
yeah, like, well, that paired with a low appetite, like a shockingly low appetite, like he could maybe eat like a handful of fries or some shit at like Carl's Jr. or whatever. Then like, yeah, that's a concern.
Watch my back.
Here, which
I think she's on the bridge.
I think so too.
Oh,
Anyways,
no,
my
it's over
dad
here.
got better, you know.
Somebody better check this out.
Like actually though, he'd got a lot better.
Shotgun.
Having a doctor cursed with knowledge like that's gotta be just.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure it was like. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it kind of was like weirdly terrifying, but also serene at the same time. Where it's like he knows it could be this thing that is like could mean death, but it also means. I guess when he gets tested for that, it's like, oh, it's not that cool. Wait, fuck, that means it's depression.
Yeah, when it's like, oh fuck, it's depression.
It's like, oh, thank God, it's depression. Oh,
fuck,
shit, it's depression. I know, it's just like one of those things, I think, where it's like, sucks to know the truth as it is, but also, I don't know, it's like a double-edged sword. I think that's a good way to think of it. It gives you, the knowledge, it allows you to actually, like, move forward with it. But it also means you have to say, ah, shit, I have to move forward with it. I don't know, it's...
Well, anyways, firing the gun.
Tell me, Francis, he was a zombie!
Oh, cover me, I'm on the gun.
Okay.
Jesus H. Christ, Francis!
I'm reloading. Grenade!
Guess that worked.
Reloading.
Fire's clear, go, 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 go.
Okay.
Which is to the right, so go left. Got that.
Down here?
Ouch.
Just snapping of her ankles. I'm sure we'll be able to survive the zombie apocalypse now.
A safe house down there.
Especially a running zombie apocalypse.
This will last until we're safe.
Grenades here! Thanks. Reloading!
Oh, hey, safe house.
Get inside!
God, now that I've like pointed out that guitar little lick at the end sounds exactly like the guitar part at the when the zealots appear in Halo Reach. Like I
I
can't
love that guitar.
I can't stop hearing. Oh no, it's fucking cool, but like it's just like it feels weird now that I've like
I hate Canada.
I've cursed myself with that knowledge.
I hate Canada. Yeah. Canadians are dicks. Me a native. Hell yeah, they are. Oh, did you ever like check out that video essay I posted?
No, I never did. When did you post that? Because I think I was busy. Let me check. When did you post that? Because where was it? It was in your chat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that would have been posted. Oh no, this is too far back. Maybe you posted it in general then?
I put it in political.
Oh, you put it in political. Oh, okay, that makes more sense actually.
don't remember which one I put it.
29th. Oh yeah, I was that was Saturday, so I was. That's right. I was busy dealing with a cursed keyboard. um, which, by the way, the solution was just get a new keyboard.
Yep.
What's this
Yeah, I
map?
know. Safe zones.
Hmm.
Well, former safe zones.
Yeah. We're in the South safe zone, right? Or one of them, at least.
We're on the East Coast somewhere. This is the Left4Dead 1 crew, so... Well, actually, no, I think we are... I think we're kind of like... Not quite the South, but getting towards it.
Well, considering there's only two that are in the South, one is in Georgia, the other one's in Louisiana. I would probably guess we're in the one in Georgia, and that the Left4Dead 2 crew goes to the one in Louisiana.
Yeah. Anyways. You can see that these zombies aren't actually dead. Really, once you get to somewhere safe, you just gotta wait till they starve to death.
Or you could starve them out by making sure there's no food for them. You know, Forerunner strategy.
Yep. I'm saying though, like the survivors who make it, they just gotta hold out until literally these guys' metabolisms give out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Stim over here.
Sounds like a smoker. Smoker!
You know what? At least it's easier to point out stuff in this game than it was with Cry of Fear.
Oh god.
Remember that shit?
Molotovs over here!
Yeah, that
God,
was...
it sucked that that game was fundamentally broken.
Yeah, on my end. I mean, it worked on your end, but like... And maybe it would have been an entertaining enough stream if we could have shown like both viewpoints at the same time, like on the same screen, but like... Yeah. Because like when I archived that on YouTube, I literally, like, in the title even, I was like, just skip the first 2.5 hours. It's not fucking worth it. Like, it's there. Like it's that footage is still there in case people are curious about it, but it's like it's pretty bad. The Left 4 Dead section after that, though, pretty workable.
This is just such a solid game.
Yeah.
Up.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, I've like barely played this game, but this game is pretty intuitive for a lot of what it is. Like, it's, I think, one of those games that does a good job of kind of that pick up and play type of game design, you know?
Yep.
Oh.
Back up. Okay, everybody. 3, 2, 1, unload.
Sure you point that thing.
Grenades here!
Oh, you know what's the correct? You know, I remember because of Rudelad's discussion about double tapping.
Mm-hmm.
I remember something that was interesting. Some people brought up about. I think it was either like Marines Force Recon or something like that. They're talking about like certain obligations medics have and all that type of stuff under laws of engagement and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking about how because of their security and all this other stuff, they oftentimes actually, like, when they down somebody, they admitted to say, like, we would actually double tap them, even though we're not supposed to. Mostly because we didn't want to get slowed down, because if we pass them, our medics are obligated, no matter what, to treat them.
I hear a boomer!
Yeah.
It sounded Canadian.
It's kind of one of those things where it's like it's kind of awkward to think about sometimes, like in the political sphere, with like creating like certain types of legislation or laws, like around like war crimes and shit, for example, where it's like you make a law that is obviously has very good like reason to exist and good intentions behind it and shit like that, but has like kind of like fucked up like side effects with like the way that like people can kind of cheat game the system, right? Like so like with like that's I think a really good example of that type of shit where it's like because it's like because the whole point of like saying like, oh, the medics must treat people is like it's really for just like it's the right thing to do. Like if you're like we want to like treat people and shit, it's like I think basic level like helping people like it's good. But then for people who aren't necessarily obligated to do that, like it can create this fucky mindset where they get even more fucked up so that they don't have to do that.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird because their mindset is coming from a case of wanting to protect everybody else.
Well, yes, yeah. So it's like because it's not like that law is necessarily flawed, or I mean, it is, but it's not like it's a bad law, right? Like, I think that's a pretty good international law to have around like war and shit.
And I guess honestly, the main thing I respect about it though is like all that they spent their time engaging an enemy that literally has no reason to, and they very often do not ever abide by the laws of engagement or the laws of war.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of that's why I think war crimes actually, because one of the problems with international law is that it's not enforced, and war crimes being I think the epitome of that. Because it's like war crimes should be treated as like the most serious crimes you can commit, and they're not treated that way. In fact, oftentimes people or governments, namely our own, frequently get away with violating international law when it comes to that type of stuff. Like, I mean, it's the reason why you and I make war crime jokes, because like we live in a country whose government currently and historically engages in war crimes, despite posturing like we're the ones, upholding like, like Western values or some shit, Like, it's a bunch of bullshit, really.
There we go, got the smoker.
Alright, good job.
Oh, left.
Oh, I see. Oh god.
Use the pills.
Yep, I was popping them.
Damn hydraulic lift, why do you gotta be so slow?
I know, this is insane. I'm like, it's pretty agonizingly slow. It's like fucking like waiting for King Zora to fucking move aside in Ocarina of Time. Takes a fucking week. Or as is the proper way to pronounce it, a week. A week.
A week.
A week. A week.
Perfect power.
Okay, do you want me to hold here?
Oh, tank out here.
Oh, okay, I'm coming down.
Go to the generator.
Alright, tank down.
I'm reloading.
Okay. Well, truck is down. In. Let's go.
Come on, Bill.
Come on, Billy, old man. I cannot imagine how souped up that fucking engine is if it can take off that fast.
It's a plot-powered engine. So that's why it's able to just do that.
Then again, it sounded like it. You know what? There's like diesel trucks and bus. They probably swapped it out for a fucking diesel truck engine or something.
Mm-hmm.
And inside of a smaller frame like that, you can probably offset the weight of all the up armor.
Yeah, probably.
Because here's the thing, people. When you up armor a vehicle, you make it fucking heavier. Way heavier.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Oh, I need a new chair.
Yeah. I feel like I could always use a better chair, even though I've like upgraded chairs multiple. But it's like one of those things where it's like, well, when you're operating on like chairs that are just kind of basically like hand-me-down chairs, like you always do that type of shit.
Yeah, in this case, mine, it's a nice chair, but it has a flaw of it. Sometimes the gas cylinder that lifts it up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it just leaks, and so I end up sinking. And like, god damn it, to like keep readjusting myself. Cause like I'll start a stream sitting at proper height, and then by the end of like a section, and like I'm so involved that I can't like stop.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like I'm like sitting way down low, like squatting.
Oh boy. I feel like my main issue is that my chairs aren't particularly comfortable and also squeaky. You know, squeaky. And here's the thing. This chair is not the chair I've been using most of the time I've been doing streaming. I switched to this chair like a month or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
The one I had before that was mega squeaky. like I would just like do like the most mild like adjustment in the chair, and it would squeak like no one's business.
So go sit for Sin so they get a quiet chair.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of simping for me, there actually is something I wanted to float while we had the Together Tuesday audience, though maybe I should have done this early when we actually had a more active chat. Because it's like, so I'm being all like goth Egirl for Halloween and stuff, because like, I mean, it's mostly because we were at Party City and we were looking around at stuff, and like we found like the hair clip or the hair clip here, and then like this like choker necklace that had like this like red like gem spider, black and like they were mostly black with like a bit of a spider theme and like red highlights and stuff like that. And then we got this like a red hair extension. And so we're like, okay, we could probably do like a little like goth e-girl type of look. That'd be kind of fun. And my wife went to beauty school, so she knows how to do makeup pretty well, and work with hair and stuff like that. And so like yeah, so that's what we did. On Saturday we didn't really do the full shebang, mostly because like I was dealing with the whole like my tech issue with the keyboard pretty much all the way up until like the stream, where it's like really like the main reason the stream got delayed as heavily as it did is because I had to go to Best Buy to get the new keyboard, and then I had to set everything up, and that was a whole process. But today and yesterday we did a more full thing where I got. So this is one of my wife's shirts that I'm wearing. So like it shows off the shoulders and it has like this like cross little like X thing that makes it look like. I feel like that kind of works well with like this kind of goth look, because like you know how like a lot of goth girls will have like a pentagram like over their cleavage essentially. So it's like okay, it's not a pentagram, but it's like it has that kind of cool aesthetic to it. Anyways, I'm getting a little bit off a track. But like this was kind of fun to do, and I enjoyed. Like I mean, not gonna lie, I keep on looking over at myself because I'm like this. I look good, and I enjoy this. It is a lot of time to like look this pretty. But I was wondering about because like I've never done a community chat like a community goal for like with the channel points and stuff. And you did that with you've done that multiple times, haven't you? With like karaoke streams and stuff.
Karaoke, potato stream.
Mm-hmm. So I haven't really done that myself, and because I never really felt like I had any kind of like goal to go towards. But I was like wondering like, what if I make it like a channel goal, and I don't know how many points I should make it. Like for a goal. So that's something I'll have to figure out later, I guess. But what if I made it like a channel goal to have like an Egirl stream essentially, where like once we like hit that goal, like I set a date for an Egirl stream where my wife, and bear in mind like for the time being it's going to be like a budget Egirl, like dollar store Egirl. Because we don't, unless you guys actually start simping with money, like we're not gonna do anything that does anything more fancy than stuff like this. But that being said, this looks good. But yeah, we could do. I could set a date, and then have my wife help me look all pretty and stuff, and then do a whole stream like that. Because it's kind of fun. It's a vibe to just kind of be like this. I think I kind of get why some like a lot of people like to be all pretty on stream, because it's like because I think it's really easy to think like, oh, like all these girls, all these they just want to be like fucking pretty on stream because it gets them like all these simps and stuff, and it's like maybe on some level that's kind of true, but there's a confidence to be had in like looking over at yourself and being like, yeah, I'm fucking hot. Like,
yeah, this is why I'm a fucking VTuber. It's easy mode. It's lazy. I don't have to prep shit.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
For all you fucking know, I'm not even wearing any clothes whatsoever.
Yeah, like Rez could literally be naked. You know I'm not naked. You know you could see that I'm wearing this shit. And if I was naked, it'd be TOS. So, well, Actually, with the camera angle, it might not be TOS because they wouldn't see it. But even then,
I
that's
could legit look like a Doomer Wojak, and I would still look good.
Yeah.
Because of I'm a VTuber.
Yeah, because you get to cheat. Granted, you paid to cheat, so it's a pay-to-win system on Twitch, I guess. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked, but like, I don't know. I was just kind of wondering. I kind of want to float it with like people here if there's even anyone paying attention anymore. Again, I probably should have brought this up earlier when people were more active in chat. But I thought it could be like a kind of cool idea for my channel, give us something to actually like work towards with channel points and stuff. And because it'd be channel points, like there's no actual like money being asked for. Because I don't want to pressure anyone into like spending money on me. Really, like if you want to, cool, awesome. And if this is like something that you actually want to simp for, great. Let me know, and I will actually like make an effort on that front. If you want to, I mean, like, if you want to fucking pay me to be pretty, I'll be pretty for you. But like, for now, we'll just make it more of just a free thing where everyone can just kind of chip in with just channel points, which are free. I don't know. This is something I was thinking about. Thought it could be fun. And we could like do different aesthetics and stuff too, like we kind of did for a more goth Egirl because it was Halloween. But we could go for more like we could go for different stuff. You know, still dollar store Egirl, but like different things. Oh. Anyways, I started talking in circles, so. You guys get the point if you're watching.
You have a lot easier time ranting and talking than I do.
I mean, I ranting comes easier to me, but the problem I often run into is, I often talk in circles, and then I'm like, or like if I lose my train of thought, I'm like, it just fucks me up. So sometimes I feel like I don't make any fucking sense.
I heard the military was holding out in Riverside. Unless anyone has a better plan, I say we head there.
All right, then, let's do it.
A shovel. What is it? I can get a shovel and a shotgun. That's maybe the next best thing to a shovel shotgun, right?
Ready?
Shovel gun.
Shovel
Hey,
gun.
there's an armored truck.
Probably ran out of gas.
Honestly, with how that engine sounded, there is no way in fuck we were getting very far in that thing.
Yeah, no, the gas mileage on that must be fucking atrocious.
It's probably gallons per mile at this point.
Maybe.
Like with all that armor on there, it's probably.
Besides, a vehicle like that is honestly not... I don't think it's really that practical for zombies. I think people kind of overstate that. What that type of vehicle looks like it's more designed for is like fucking tornadoes.
Tornadoes or like a narco tank.
Yeah, because if you know this, like,
Help,
okay, so I'm on the other side. But like like the storm chasers.
Yep.
Yeah, so like they have like their specially made vehicles that like
handle debris and all the other shit being flung around and.
So yeah, they're heavily armored so they can handle debris and shit. But then the other thing is that they have a function that actually lowers the sides of the vehicles all the way to the ground, so that it doesn't get any lift from the tornado. Because that's what's really dangerous for a vehicle in a tornado, is air moving underneath the vehicle and actually lifting it up. And that can still happen even with pretty heavy vehicles. Which obviously makes it much scarier, because when you're... when the debris is like bigger and heavier, it's actually even more deadly. You know.
Oh yeah.
Granted, you need a lot of lift to actually do that, but sufficiently powerful tornadoes will do that. And considering, like, these storm chasers actually want to be inside the tornado, like, literally, then, like, yeah, that type of thing yeah, that's a good call.
This way is blocked.
There's a pipe
Um,
over here.
Now, for anyone watching this, if you're ever in a situation where there's a tornado, don't go into it. Go away from it and try to
get out of there.
Yeah, get the fuck out. Get the fuck away from it. And try to get yourself into a place with cover. Like one of the pieces of advice that might sound weird, but it actually is like true. Is laying down in a ditch. And do you know why?
Most of the shit would just fly over you,
Yep.
not into you.
It's to avoid the debris. Because the thing that's going to kill you in a tornado is not the wind. It's what's in the wind. Mm-hmm. And so if you're... So that's also why, like, hiding underneath, like, a freeway overpass can help a lot, too. There's a lot of other factors, too, but, like, you know, just keeping it simple. Be more worried about the debris than the wind. Because that's what makes tornadoes particularly devastating. Also, pretty cool.
Everyone inside!
I would check out there because there's usually loot up there.
Okay. Also, I have a treat that I fucking love and haven't seen in ages, and I saw it at QT the other day after my wife and I were at like a Halloween event. And it's dark chocolate Reese's dipped pretzels.
What?
So it's like you know, like Reese's of Reese's peanut butter cup fame.
Yeah.
So they have these dipped pretzels that are they're dipped in like their peanut butter chocolate mix. Basically one side here, I'll show it to the camera. So this side is chocolate, this side is peanut butter. And this specific one uses dark chocolate, which I like dark chocolate more than other chocolates. And it's fucking dope. Like when I was like working pest control, anytime I saw these at like a Circle K or some shit, I'd grab it. It was because these are fucking awesome. Also, not sponsored, but I just genuinely love these as a snack.
Pretzels.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways. Damn sewers and water. Actually, I think these are like storm drainage, actually.
I don't know.
I don't know how public waterworks work.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know.
Weapons here!
Yeah, take us to the truck stop. Hey, take us everywhere. Yang already takes us to the bathroom, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, is Yang here?
No.
Oh,
Through here.
okay. Because yeah, if Yang was here, we could.
I wonder what the ratio of our audience that watches this from the toilet is.
I don't know. I do know there's a decent amount that do watch
There must be a panel or something
from
that bridge.
with their phones or some kind of mobile device.
Over here.
That'll seal the lock.
This'll do some damage.
But more people watch on desktop. So, at least on my channel, like when I've looked at the analytics on that. But it's not like.
Somebody watch around your Samsung smart fridge.
But it's not like the gulf between mobile device and desktop is like huge. It's like it's not actually. They're pretty close. And, you know, if you're on the toilet, you're probably watching with a mobile device. Here's a real question I want to know for my YouTube audience watching this in the future. Are you watching this on YouTube on the toilet? If so, let me know in the comments, because that'd be a fact to learn. Oh. It's engagement, that's what it is. Heck, if you're not on the toilet while watching this, you should also comment that you're not on the toilet watching this. Because
that's also engagement.
That's also engagement, yeah.
Reloading.
Reloading. Kill that one. Reloading.
Man, don't you love drugs?
Wait, he's inside the safe house.
Wait, is he really?
Inside the safe house.
How does that work? Okay. Yeah. Alright. Also, that felt fast.
I did 666 damage.
Good job. Dude, Francis looks so weird in fucking the Red Link costume. Like, he looks like he's upset to be wearing fucking, like, the tunic and the cap. Either that or he's battle ready. I'm not sure.
Ready for some fun?
If you want to know how hot my freaking rig, my stream setup is, I have my ceiling fan going, and I have my window open to let in that nice fall air in. It evens out to a nice, comfortable temperature.
Meanwhile, I'm over here with my shoulders exposed, breaking the school dress code, and I'm like, ooh, it's a little cold. Actually, would I get dress coded for this? Because, like, according to the state government, I would be the boy, right? And it's a lot of dress codes are gendered in the way that they're written. So it's like this whole like, oh, the exposed shoulder applies to like the teenage girls, but not the teenage boys for some fucking reason. I think these days they've. I don't think they're as gendered anymore. But though they probably should just get rid of the rule of that, like somehow an exposed shoulder makes the other kids too horny to focus, because that's kind of the other kid's problem, not the person who's exposing their shoulder.
Weapons here! Grabbing a pipe bomb.
Reloading.
You know, I'm trying to think. Since you and I grew up as like as Arizona boys,
Weapons here.
did you ever run into anything with dress code ever? Because I don't think I ever did. But I definitely knew many girls in like middle school and high school that definitely ran into issues with that.
Look out!
Yeah, I don't think I've personally ever run into anything different. Why?
Reloading.
Yeah. Which, like, to be fair, I don't think either of us really
Not a fan of creepy old train
in like grade school. I don't think either of us really dressed in like really like weird ways. But I guess maybe that's more to the point though, because like a lot of like teenage girls, they're not really dressing particularly weird, like or like provocative or whatever. Like a lot of the clothes they're wearing are just. There's a frying pan.
Another. Do you hear that?
Sorry. Why was Bill just staring at the ceiling? That was weird. I feel like the frying pan should have a bonk sound effect.
Just the berserk playing noise.
Yeah. That should be a mod. Actually, I wonder if it is.
It probably
I don't know. It might be too niche though. Cause like, there weren't a lot of Zelda mods, for example, and Zelda's not a niche. It's not a niche like subculture, you know.
Fuck progress. Fuck progress.
You're looking it up. Okay. All right.
Progress. I'm looking this shit up.
All right. I'll eat some more of my Reese's dark dip pretzels.
Yep, it exists. For the katana. And a few others.
Wait, sorry, what?
It exists.
It
Playing
exists.
noise exists. Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, fuck.
Almost to Riverside.
Let's stick to the road.
Look out! Grenade!
Wait, I hear a chicken. Where is it?
Weapons over here!
Shia LaBeouf.
Good shot.
Oh, there. I see it. Well, that hurt.
God, you're behind the bus.
Yeah.
Can you make it?
I was trying to find the hunter, and then it found me. So.
Ah. Phew. Thanks.
It's all good.
This is fucking cold. Sticks, you probably do live somewhere that's colder
Bill's here.
than where we are. Good luck with that. Enjoy your shrunken testicles.
I don't know about you, but shrinking testicles are not the first thing I think about when it's cold. But
There might be
okay.
supplies in that house.
Which allergic to light? Also, which isn't among all the lights?
Charger!
You know what? You were shooting. Why weren't the NPCs shooting?
Because NPCs. It's like one of those things where it's like it might be better off to, here, hold on, let me
Wait
heal
up,
you.
this'll only take a second.
It's like you know, like what I was saying earlier about like
Hey,
you
no
know,
problem.
historically speaking, for militaries, the biggest thing that matters is like numbers.
Yeah.
So it's like okay, would you, for the context of this, like it's might be better off bringing someone who's like an actual person to play with you, even if they fucking suck at the game, because at least they're probably gonna fucking shoot.
Do something.
They're gonna make those basic decision-making skills, right? Like, they might suck at it, but... Yeah.
There's
To the
lights
church.
on in the church.
Ooh. Where's Father Grigori?
Wrong church. That'd be a much better church. Because at least he hands out spouse 12s, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Dude, how different do you think this game would be if we had a gravity gun?
Hmm.
I'm gonna tear that bell down and shove it up your ass. Francis.
And you tear that bell down and shove it up your ass.
You ever get tired of being an idiot, Francis?
Get yourself a bell-shaped butt plug. I'm sure that exists.
It probably does.
Weapons here.
I mean, with the type of things that I know that you like to purchase from a certain Phoenix-based company, yeah, definitely. And look, you can't accuse me of exposing you because the only people who know what the fuck I'm talking about are people who already know.
Imagine already knowing.
Those who know versus those who don't, you know?
Would it be correct to tell this guy a bell end?
Mm. Pipe bombs are pretty good.
It wasn't even a real bell.
Oh,
Behind you!
of course it was a boomer held up in the church. Where else would you find them? Like Bill out.
Sweet!
Imagine if the door was still locked when he turned.
Dude, the disparity in the damage there. Yeah, the AI really didn't realize they should shoot the witch. Man, what a miserable safe house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna change up my weapon.
K rations? Good God, these are already out of date. K rations are from fucking Vietnam.
Well, he was a boomer. Is Bill okay?
Yeah, I got something for you. Hey, no problem. Oh, yeah.
It's like a proper Vietnam vet. He just gave me drugs and
Hey,
told me to
hey,
go on my way.
Rez. Is there a
What?
floating medikit right here for you?
No.
Okay. I have a floating medkit for some fucking reason. Oh, it's gone. I think you just used it? I'm a little confused.
Looks like Riverside couldn't hold it together.
If we get to the river, we can find a boat.
Let's go find a
Better than
boat.
my plan. What was that? I didn't have one.
Wow, a freaking tank right off the bat.
Got it.
Reloading.
Poor bastard.
Another floating health kit. That's weird. I guess welcome to a Valve game where there's just like random graphical bullshit, and you just got to shrug and say, "That's normal."
At least it's not Bethesda.
Charger.
Imagine being Bethesda. Cringe.
Well, this looks dangerous.
Hey.
Dude, what if there was... You know how we have Toddbot in... not our, like, streamer Discord, but our personal one?
Who?
Toddbot?
Oh yeah, Toddbot.
What if there was, like, a Twitch version of Twodbot? Or Toddbot?
Oh God.
Where, like, it would detect whatever you're talking about, like,
Bethesda.
Bethesda or Skyrim, Fallout, or Todd Howard. That would be funny, but probably be very hard to properly program. At least,
It buys the microtransactions, or it gets the Skyrim again. Also, the success of GTA Online is the worst thing to happen to GTA,
Oh yeah?
consumer-wise.
¿Por qué?
Because, think about it, GTA 5 came out during the Xbox 360 life. It outlasted the Xbox One. It's still going on the Xbox One X.
Reloading.
You're right. Well, yeah, because you know what? That's right, because GTA 5 came out
Reloading.
about the same time that Saints Row 4 came out. And then Saints Row had, like, Gat Out of Hell,
Yep.
like a couple years later, and then like they recently had like a fucking remake that I'm pretty sure that, from what I recall, people hated. But like,
Oh yeah, the reboot. Everyone hates the reboot.
but like still like Saints Row, like the main like competitor, at least is has like done shit since their fourth
here?
game.
The success of GTA is... Ugh. It's like Skyrim.
Yeah. I mean, at least, you know what? At least Elder Scrolls got the MMO afterwards, which I guess maybe that's just like getting Skyrim multi. It would be, or maybe it's like the GTA equivalent of GTA Online, I guess. But like, in the sense that like, okay, now they have MMO, so they're not going to bother with like other Elder
anything
Scrolls.
new.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I think running an MMO, or like if you're a game dev for an MMO, it kind of does require just constant. At least if you're gonna be remotely competent, you have to like keep on it. Like it's constant development, you know, which is both good and bad. Like, it's good in the sense that, like, you know, servers are being maintained, the game should like evolve and change in that process, but it also becomes like pretty taxing and often requires like some kind of game subscription model, like, you know, World of Warcraft does, that is pretty taxing on the players. Cause like, I mean, like, think about it this way, like we play Steam games, right? So like
Yep.
So when we pay $15 for a game, we're basically expecting to have that for the rest of our fucking lives, right? When a World of Warcraft player pays $15 for World of Warcraft, they expect to have that for 1 month.
Okay, Rants done. Let's go.
Like, there's a reason why people talked about, like, why there were, like, stories, and admittedly these were, like, exaggerated to, like, paint, like, gamers in an overly bad light, but there's a reason why World of Warcraft was often talked about in, like, the news about, like, being, like, dangerously addictive, because, like, the thing that's really dangerous about that is actually the fact that, like, it costs money to keep playing that game. And if you're no-lifing that shit, that can actually be very dangerous. Both for your, you know, the standard reasons why no-lifing is kind of a bad idea, but also you're financially ruining yourself in the process. God, spinners are rough.
Yep.
It's kind of like experiencing a storm vermin, or not storm vermin. Storm. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, anyways, with that whole like expensive like World of Warcraft, there's a reason why like you and I have the joke about like there's a handful of things that like a nerd will sell their souls to, and you can pick one, maybe two of them, depending on how rich you are or how much money you have. And that's like, well, and also because of how time intensive this. It's like World of Warcraft, D&D, Magic the Gathering, and Warhammer. And Warhammer actually is probably the most expensive one there.
Yep.
Despite everything I just said about World of Warcraft, it was specifically tabletop Warhammer. Like, if you're into Warhammer for the lore, or you like to play, like, Warhammer video games, like, you know, like Dawn of War, or Total War, Warhammer, or whatever.
Upcoming Darktide,
Vermintide, stuff like that. Like, you're fine. You're not crippling yourself. You're not selling your soul. But if you're,
Tabletop Warhammer on the other hand.
yeah, if you're doing
Crack is cheaper.
crack
Crack will save you money compared to Tabletop Warhammer.
yeah, you would spend less money on a crack addiction than a Warhammer addiction. So
Also, Legos are fucking expensive too.
true.
Like,
True.
speaking of nerd shit, Legos are fucking expensive.
I forgot about Lego. Yeah.
But then again, here's the thing: Lego makes their shit really, really well. Like, even from like engineering standpoints, their shit is really well engineered. Like, down to like the type of plastic they use and how it's built. Like, Legos are fucking like, they'll last. Legos will fucking last.
Yeah. I feel like I'm forgetting another like category of like nerd things that like people will sell their soul for, essentially.
top-end GPUs.
I guess just generally, if you're like some kind of like tech nerd or something like that, and you like to,
Oh, audio files. Fucking audio files.
I'm ready. You ready?
yeah. But I guess I was mostly trying to think in like gaming nerd culture.
What else?
So, which I guess you could say like, yeah, if you're a computer person, like top end gaming PCs are like known for being like mega expensive, right?
Cries in my setup.
Yeah. Well, it's not like you would need to have the most expensive setup to run like most games.
Hey, question, Sin.
What?
Considering how much of the population is dying off of the world of this, would you say that a nuclear response to a virus like this would make any kind of sense?
It's hella. So here's the main reason to not do it, despite how much it would clear out the problem. It's the fallout. Like you have to deal with literal fallout, and then also you're dealing with literal fallout in a society that has lost like
Infrastructure.
a lot of infrastructure, and supply chains are pretty much non-existent and stuff, right? So the tools to clean up fallout are going to be much harder to obtain. Let alone the people to actually go in there and fucking try to clean that shit.
You know what, the best case scenario, not ideal, but the best case scenario was probably the Raccoon City incident as depicted in Resident Evil, because the entire outbreak was only in Raccoon City.
Yeah. No, honestly, if
everything was lost in Raccoon City, and it'd be, you know, a little worse than hell to try to do it carefully. You'd probably lose more lives than there are survivors trying to clear it out systematically.
Yeah. But like honestly, like
What do you say? Ready?
dealing with something like this, so instead of nuclear weapons, like there are other Geneva suggestions that you could violate. You know, like chemical warfare potentially could work, though you'd have to be pretty sure that your chemicals will actually work against like.
And also dissipate fast enough.
Yeah, I mean it'll dissipate faster than Fallout, but like, you know.
Here's the thing though, nerve agents might work on these zombies because they're still technically living.
True. Yeah.
They're just suffering from what is known as the green flu.
Yeah. Also, hi Mel, how's it going? Also, yeah, you like my Goth Egirl look? Yeah. Yeah, you have a good Resident Evil stream. I saw you were doing that. Yeah, but
you know, like a nerve agent would probably work.
Maybe a nerve agent for this. Yeah, I don't know. Woo woo.
I mean, hell, firebombing everything.
Yeah, well, so firebomb. So I was thinking about firebombing, but the main historical context of thinking about how devastating firebombing is in Japan, where they had a lot of
wooden structures.
They have a lot of wooden and paper in their involved in their structures, which is, you know, a recipe for a city on fire, like nothing.
Hey, anybody remember the Bat Bomb project for that?
No.
Oh, okay. So the military was working on this bomb. So they had these bats that were chilled to where they would just start taking a really deep nap, like hibernation.
Okay.
And they'd strap these bats with, what was it, timed incendiary devices. And so they filled this giant bomb with like, what are like eggshell cartons?
Thanks, Bill.
Just with all of these like dormant bats. And when you drop the bomb would deploy multiple parachutes and split open and open up the egg cartons. And so, when done during the daytime, the bats would warm up in the sunlight, realize it's daytime, and immediately fly to the nearest shelter that they can, away from the sunlight.
Okay.
And then the incendiary devices will go off.
Okay.
Thing is, though, they canceled it. 1, animal cruelty. After multiple testings, military's fucked up. But 2, they realized it was too effective and hard to aim. Because the test site went up in flames. Turns out the bats are really good at hiding in really flammable places. and
Yeah.
they're very hard to aim. They are literally too effective.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Yeah. Also, I'm glad you appreciate the Zelda mods. There's not as many as you think there would be for a game like this that's been around forever, but yeah, there's some good ones.
So yeah, imagine that. The military canceling a project because it's too effective.
Shit happens, man.
And so they were doing that in the middle of the fucking desert with military structures that are usually concrete and all that. Now imagine how much more devastating that would have been in Japan.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, well, yeah, because that's why I was kind of like sitting here with myself mulling over like how I think firebombing would work in American cities, because like they're not going to be as vulnerable to it as like 1940s Japan. But like it could still work out pretty well.
Right, let's go.
I mean, again, because
It's kind of flimsily.
well, again, like as you mentioned earlier in the stream about this idea of like starving out the infected, since they're technically still alive, so they actually do need to eat. In similar fashion, they do need to breathe. So if their smoke inhalation would still actually kill them at some point. So like even if they didn't necessarily get burned to death, if they're like trapped in like a concrete building that doesn't burn, but it gets filled with smoke. I don't know.
A neutron bomb might work.
Yeah, so the other option is like using a big bomb that doesn't leave fallout. So because there are big bombs that exist that
Like what's it? You know
don't
what a
leave
neutron
fallout.
bomb is, right?
Not specifically, but
There was this type of nuclear device that was created, and basically the whole thing of it, it's instead of using the explosion as the main means of killing and all that type of stuff, it was necessarily like to kind of leave more infrastructure intact. It still has an explosion because of the reaction, but nowhere near like a typical like hydrogen bomb or anything like that.
mhm.
So what it does, it actually just releases so much fucking radiation, it effectively sterilizes an area. So release so much fucking radiation, it'll penetrate materials and just sterilize an entire fucking area, and anything that doesn't initially die will eventually
Come
die
on,
from
let's do
radiation
it.
sickness.
Okay.
So it's using the radiation, but again, a lot less fallout because it's not actually, making this huge giant plume of radioactive dust.
Yeah. It was
And remember, radiation itself doesn't stick to things. It's when radioactive material itself is on something.
yeah, so that's why like not that this is like a scenario that anyone wants to really seriously consider, but like for those that want to indulge the very grim possibility of like being near a nuclear blast but somehow not being in the middle of the blast, which by the way, as a side note, if nuclear war happens, I think the best place to be is actually in the center of the blast zone, because it means you don't have to exist. But that's me. But if you're someone who wants to actually live through that hellscape for some fucking reason,
How's it going there, How's it going there, Thunder from Down Under?
oh yeah, we've got Lumiere, nice. If you're someone who actually wants to fucking live through a nuclear hellscape, one of the things they advise is that like, obviously get yourself to like physical safety, but then remove all your clothing and like take a fucking like thorough shower, because you don't want that material, that radiated material, to be making contact with you. Like that's why like when we played like Halo Reach, when like that initial glassing shot happens, because it's full of radiation, right? It was
Yeah,
like
the radiation spike.
I kind of said like thinking about it, like the Noble team was basically doomed to die if for no reason than being caught in that radiation zone, because
And some of them had their helmets off. Like you could argue that their shielding. would've
yeah,
protected them.
yeah. I guess for those that actually had but like Carter had his helmet off, Kat had her
Had
helmet
their
off.
helmet off.
I guess
June had his helmet off.
I guess you could argue Emil and Six would have been fine.
If their
Um,
shields were active, it probably would have helped. Probably would have protected them.
fun tips to confront a nuclear apocalypse with Civ 3. Well, the number one tip is be in the initial blast zone because you don't want to live through that. Like, nuclear war is not something anyone wants to live through. At least it is not anyone who's sane. Or maybe I'm the crazy one for not wanting to live through that. I don't know, but like, um, which actually is a little bit awkward considering where I actually live, because like thinking about the place that I live, which is not.
We're near prime nuclear strike targets.
We're near prime, but like thinking about where I specifically live in relation to those targets, like, oh, I would probably not be in the initial blast zone. So actually,
Same.
I would suffer. You actually are close enough to one of the spots that you could be, but you know, I don't know. Look, I'd rather not. I'd rather not have nuclear war happen. I actually think that should maybe be the number one priority of every leader around the world at all times. You know, just
back
just
to
a
the
thought.
radiation thing and the Spartan shielding. I think Emil and Six would have been dead anyway too, though, because the radiation had actually disabled Cat's shields.
Oh
Hence why she was able to
yeah.
get sniped.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, that's the whole logic as to why she was one
Her
shot.
shields were down
Yeah.
because their shields are all fucked up by all the radiation.
Speaking of being sane in the apocalypse, I had a person tell me that once he hopes that there's a zombie apocalypse because he would thrive. Yeah, I think I mentioned this. I don't know if I mentioned this like last week or some. I feel like I mentioned this in one of our Spooky Month streams, that like people who like kind of like circle jerk over the idea of like some kind of like apocalypse or whatever, and like they're like, we got all the guns, we're prepared for it, and it's like, guns aren't what you need. Like,
no, that's how you survive the initial shit hits the fan.
yeah, like, you know, like, and like, look, it's probably a good idea to actually have guns or at least some form of weaponry.
It means to survive the violence.
But the most important thing you're gonna need is organizational skills and like the ability to like, you know, grow food. Like do you have a farmer in your party? Like, does someone know how to grow and maintain food?
Does someone know?
Do you know
sanitation?
Yeah, like sanitation, water. Like, how do you, like, can you purify your water? Especially depending on the type of like apocalyptic scenario. Water.
How many carpenters do you have?
Mm-hmm. And like, and what about like certain types of medication that like people are kind of dependent on? How do you like? Are there
because many of those have very sensitive. Well, actually, no. It's not that they expire. It's that once they reach their best by date, it's a case of you can't dose correctly.
Yeah, which is why generally, like, if something is like super out of date, like, you should just toss it because
dispose of it, because you don't know if it's the chemicals get weird when they're out of their best by date.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they might end up stronger, which is probably more dangerous.
Yeah. Actually, the most dangerous thing is if they get stronger because, like, medically speaking, and it's based off conversations with my dad, who again is a doctor. It seems that my sense from the medical community is that they're more concerned about overdoses than like anything else, because a lot of medicine that they work with is strong. I mean, like you know how like in the past, like, I don't know, like 5 years, it's been the whole like opioid epidemic's been like in the news and shit.
Yep.
I've been hearing about that for like a decade because my dad would actually just casually talk with me and my brother while we were out at dinner about you know, how like there's a growing issue of like some doctors overprescribing certain opiates. And it's not because like these painkillers aren't a good idea, they are, but
they're just fucking potent.
But yeah, like morphine and codeine, one of the biggest risk with that is that they're opiates. People can get addicted to them, and what happens when people get addicted? It's very dangerous to be addicted to painkillers, in particular, for a lot of reasons. One of them is because one of them, ironically enough, for a lot of painkillers, overdosing on them is actually extremely painful, and so you don't want that. but like specifically with opiates, when they can no longer get morphine and codeine, they turn to heroin, which is like mega illegal, and therefore they have to go to the sketchiest places ever, um, which increases the likelihood of the heroin being laced with certain things that are more dangerous, um, or the needles not being properly cleaned, and so that's why HIV becomes a big kind.
To break.
Yeah, that's why HIV ends up being a big concern with needles. Like honestly, this is so like I'm generally speaking at like I'm not like in my own personal life. I generally don't advocate for people to like get involved with drugs, especially something like heroin. Like don't fucking touch that shit. But politically speaking, I am in favor of legalizing these drugs, including heroin, or at the very least,
there's less stigma about getting help.
Yeah, or at the very least, decriminalizing, because and this is based off of like the what they've done in Portugal. Where like using heroin as the example, since that's what we're already on, what you could do is you could set up safe injection sites where people who are addicted to opiates could go to these safe injection sites and have a medical professional actually give them heroin, and like inject it into their veins so that they can, because the idea of doing that is that it actually becomes much safer for them, because you have a medical professional actually injecting it into you, so they're actually going to insert it, like hit the vein correctly, and they're going to clean the needle and be more hygienic about the whole thing.
What do you say? Ready?
And so the whole idea is that like these people can get that fix that they like chemically need because they're addicted. And
that's another thing about heroin.
And then they could actually seek out, like actual like treatment for like, maybe becoming no longer addicted to that stuff.
I was about to bring up another danger is like people, especially with heroin actually. The heroin addiction specifically is very hard to break, but also breaking that addiction can actually be dangerous to the people who are addicted to it.
Yes, withdrawal symptoms are not meant to be taken lightly.
No, the withdrawal symptoms of heroin straight up can kill you. Like, that's also another thing that makes it hard to break heroin addiction. The withdrawal can kill you.
Yeah, so that's part of the idea here.
You can just go cold turkey. You can't go cold turkey with heroin.
Yeah, so with these safe injection sites, it's like you can, like, if you want people to no longer be addicted to heroin, this is actually a way to help them, because they can get that. When they're trying to like wean themselves off, you can go to these safe injection sites to like hold off those withdrawal symptoms, but maybe try to like cut the amount of heroin that they're actually injecting over time, and actually be treated for their addiction. And
and that's why methadone clinics exist in real life. Is because the methadone will treat the withdrawal symptoms so that it doesn't kill them without actually having to give them fucking heroin.
Yeah. And so it's just like I don't know. At least here in America, I think people are not really ready for this idea. But it's like, I think once you like think this through, it's like it's so obviously the correct decision to do this. Like at the very least, like do this decriminalization and have safe injection sites and stuff like that. I would go further and I would say like straight up legalize this shit, so that like people can actually choose it. Because on some level it's like, if people want to be fucking get high off of heroin, it's fucking dangerous for them to do that, but it's mostly dangerous for themselves. It's not like I think there's too much of this hysteria about like people getting like high and then like becoming a danger to the rest of society, and largely that's not really the case. Like that's more of actually. Let me rephrase that. The thing that causes drug violence is not the drugs; it's the war on drugs. Like the CIA and the FBI have done more to perpetuate street violence than the mere existence of drugs.
Such as creating a lot of the cartels that exist now.
Yes. So
Because remember, the biggest crack dealers in all of history are the CIA.
Yeah, so that's why like a decriminalization would like completely neuter that. And then if you legalized it, you could then like tax and regulate that shit to become safer and actually use that tax revenue to like fund schools or some shit. Like here in
Oh my
Arizona.
God. Okay. Sorry, boy, about the taxing and
Okay.
taxing in. You gotta be able to do it correctly because you don't want to do what California did for a bit,
Mhm.
where they taxed weed so aggressively, people never bought. There was legit illegal weed still outsold legal weed because it was taxed too high.
Yeah, so you have to tax at a reasonable rate. Yeah, because you don't want to backfire on your own idea there, right? And
Yeah,
and
don't do it
recreate the
California.
same problems. So what we did here in Arizona, because we legalized weed, I think in 2020, didn't we? I think it was 2020. And so and I remember reading that proposition because it was one of those things where like it was actually a direct democracy thing, and so we didn't have to worry about what the fuck our state senators thought about it because they didn't have any. I mean, like they as citizens can vote themselves, but like the rest of us could also vote on it, which is why it passed, by the way, because it would not have passed in our state legislature. Anyways, so the way this one works is that it legalized marijuana for recreational use.
Hey, that hurt!
And then so it's also taxed and regulated and stuff. And the tax on marijuana is meant to go into a pool of money that's meant to be sent straight into schools and education.
Oh, speaking of legalized weed and some bullshit with the feds.
Mm-hmm.
So, even though it's legal in our state, I'm a firearms enthusiast.
Yeah.
I realized something. Now that I purchased firearms and I've already filed out the background check, like I purchased firearms, so my background check is done. I have my name and everything's in the database. Because of that, I cannot buy weed or else I'll be committing a federal crime, even though it's legal in my state.
So what do you know what the line of logic on that is?
Well, it's legal on a state. It's legal on a state level, but the forms and background checks I need to fill out are at a federal level.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
So
yeah,
I buy firearms and everything, every single time I buy a gun, I must fill out and complete a background check. Those are federal background checks.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time I buy a gun. But because I now in the background in the database, if I buy weed and then I buy a gun, I'm committing a federal crime.
Yeah, so that's one of those weird issues that is, I don't know if it's entirely unique to the U.S., but it definitely is something that probably confuses a lot of people who don't live in the U.S.
And another thing is, because of that, my mom and my dad cannot buy guns. Because my mom has purchased legal weed for my dad, and my dad has purchased legal weed.
Yeah. So this is one of those areas where, like, state and federal law, like, don't quite know how to interact with each other. And generally, federal law supersedes state law. So that's one of those areas where it becomes a bit fucky. And it's also why like these state initiatives are good, just to be clear. But if we actually want like full civil liberties here, like we need federal level stuff. Because states' rights is just not strong enough for things like this. Like,
I wish we could express it more in some cases. So, as I'm very envious of two states. I believe one of them is Texas. I think the other was Kentucky. So, they established some things about that where at the state level, not the federal level, just the state level. They do not regulate suppressors. So, in Texas, you can buy a suppressor, and they'll just give it to you. You don't have to pay your tax stamp. You don't have to pay and go through the whole bullshit process in regarding the NFA paperwork. And how, even though it's still technically not legal on the federal level, what happens is basically Texas is banking on on no ballsing the ATF. Like, hey, no balls. Because the state will not comply whatsoever with the ATF in regards to those cases. Thing is, though, the ATF depends on states to do the reporting and all that. So the state is like, as long as you don't tell the feds, we don't give a shit.
Yeah, you're right, Lemaire's.
And here's the thing. Suppressor regulation is stupid. Suppressors don't actually make your gun quiet. In order to make your gun actually quiet, it's a very you have to go way out of your way, and it's psychotically expensive to do so. But really, suppressors, one, all they do is it's the difference between you either go deaf when you defend yourself within your own home, and your head hurting. And also, if you're hunting with suppressors, you're not disturbing the wildlife as much as you would normally. It's literally, technically, in a weird way, better for the environment to hunt with a suppressor than without one. Because you're not disrupting the natural order as much as you normally would with a normal-ass gunshot.
Sure, yeah. Well, I'm willing to agree to that.
And again, I guess the biggest one for me, like, I would want a suppressor is a case of if the worst ever happens and I have to discharge a weapon indoors, I like to keep my hearing. I'd like to just deal with a headache for a couple hours, then literally, like, I cannot hear, like, I'm deaf. Anyways, back to the original point about state laws versus federal laws. It gets weird.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, broadly speaking, so it's like there's like this tiered system in the U.S. where it's like you have the federal government. This is the supreme law of the land. It takes precedent, like 90+% of the time, it takes precedent over other things, or at least on paper, it's like 100% supremacy. But like the 10% comes in, like, are they enforcing it, right? And then you have state laws. So like there's the state of Arizona has its own laws, the state of California has their own laws, Texas has their own laws, Florida, New York, etc. And then you have like more localized laws that are like specific to your town or city.
Ready for this?
And so it's just kind of this general top-down hierarchy in terms of how that works. But it becomes a bit fucky when, you know, like with drugs, for example, like weed is federally not illegal. It's illegal, but like, but it is possible for states to have their own referendums to make it legal within their state, and that's largely been held up. I do wonder, like, if, you know, if on paper, if that like was brought to the Supreme Court of the United States, could they actually shoot that down? I think they could, but there largely hasn't really been this desire to push for that, because I think, because here's the thing, even Republican, even like, and I'm talking about like Republican voters, not really Republican politicians, because Republican politicians are garbage on this front. But even Republican voters are generally pro-weed at this point, or at least pro-weed in the sense that they would prefer it to be legalized or at least decriminalized instead of like what we currently have now. Because
also, I'm just laughing at the fact that, under the Biden administration, we might actually get federally legalized weed. Not because he wants it, because our president is also one of the reasons why a lot of people are in jail for stupid reasons.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's been kind of fascinating to me as a leftist watching Joe Biden, because like he was a major drug warrior in the 90s. Like he's like the author of the crime bill. He's the reason. He's like one of the people who is the architect of the laws that imprisoned so many people for simple weed possession charges and stuff like that.
And also enabled police brutality with their other laws as well that he
Oh my
helped
God, we
write.
clipped that.
Like he's one of the people who using those laws that he helped write back in the day enabled police brutality, to enabled the mass incarceration of these people for stupid crimes. Either Nip, how's it going?
Yeah. So I think what it is with Joe Biden is that
And the really anti-freedom thing known as the Patriot Act.
yeah, no, that one's bad. I think with Joe Biden, I think he has a pretty decent political sense of like where public opinion is on certain types of things, and he's willing to kind of shift to that, even if it's begrudgingly. So like, 'cause I don't think
Let's do it.
he actually believes in student debt relief. I don't think he believes in
Legalizing weed.
legalizing or decriminalizing weed. I don't think he believes in sending money directly into the hands of people. But these are all things that he did.
I don't think he also believes in trying to address police brutality.
Yeah, to be fair, he's not really doing anything on that front. So.
Exactly.
Because the public what's the term I just used? The public
Let's do it.
opinion is generally pro-police. Even despite all the Black Lives Matter protests that we had in 2020, it's still like most Americans are generally pro-police. That's why Joe Biden's been making he's been trying to make this case that Republicans, because of their support of the insurrection at January 6th, are actually anti-police, to kind of hit them with that. Because if you can paint people as being anti-police, for like the generic American, that's a bad thing, right? There are certain
I suppose the people that are most affected by the police brutality are minority.
Yeah, so there's very few politicians, including leftist politicians, that can or should run on on defund the police, right? One of them is Cori Bush, who is a current congresswoman, and she ran on defund the police and won. But that's probably because one of the towns that exists in her district is Ferguson, Missouri.
Ready for this?
And you remember what happened in Ferguson, right?
Yep.
So,
Ground zero.
yeah, basically, I think for a lot of people, that what happened in Ferguson is where a lot of people really started paying attention, at least in the 2010s, to police brutality in the United States. So yeah, that was a winning thing for her. Most other places in the country, that's just not true. Which I personally find a shame, because I agree with the principles of defund the police. I do think the slogan is pretty bad at convincing people who don't know what it actually means. But the general idea of hey, we should reallocate funds from the police and put it into healthcare and housing programs and other types of welfare related things to address the root cause of crime, rather than militarizing the police. I agree. I think that's a good idea. But but I don't know. But largely, that's people are not there yet.
You know, it was a weird thought. I remember I felt kind of bad for having it, but I was just glad police brutality is being
Ready for
addressed
this?
in mass, like it was in recent years. Was man, look at all these people getting mad, getting fucking pissed about police brutality and their actions and what they're doing. Thinks back to 2016. Where the fuck was everybody when that was happening?
Oh, for the pipeline.
Yeah, I was like, where the fuck was all this anti-police brutality bullshit when that was going on?
Because it was the Native Americans, and to be fair, in leftist circles, there was support for the natives there. It's just, yeah, it was not broadly there in the public eye.
And the thing is, though, that violence was even more openly brutal. It was more openly brutal when it was on natives. Holy fucking shit.
Mm-hmm. No,
Attack dogs, kettles, water
Come on,
cannons
let's
in the
do it.
freezing winter of North Dakota. Fucking modified percussion grenades turned into frag grenades, which blew apart a Navajo woman's arm, by the way. deliberate misuse of less than lethal munitions.
Mm-hmm. Well, and to be fair, we saw some of that in the 2020 Black Lives Matter. But yeah, to your point, there wasn't this like widespread public outrage over it.
All right, let's go.
And it was more brutal. That was the fucked up, like...
Yeah, no, it's something I do find shitty. It is a little confusing. Like what makes the difference between certain types of protest movements actually gaining traction versus others just like not. Like for example, like using a different type of protest that's recently gained attention, but not in a way that I think is actually helping the cause, is the Just Stop Oil protesters that threw a can of soup at a Van Gogh painting, right? Because that's something that got a lot of attention and went viral. People were talking about it, and then, but the problem was it didn't actually create a positive reaction for people. Like people weren't like sitting down and saying, "Oh, this is about climate change and how we need to be more serious about taking climate change." People just kind of stopped at, "Oh shit, they threw soup at a piece of art. Oh my god," and part of that's because like. At least on Twitter, like which is where I saw it, there were two videos. The first one was they throw soup at the Van Gogh painting and then super glue their hands to the wall, and then it ends there. And that one had like 30 million views or something at the time that I watched it. Then the video that was right underneath it had 4 million views, and that's the one that actually had the protesters speaking and actually saying what the fuck they're protesting about. But it had it had like 9 times less viewership, I think. Because I think actually it was like 36 mil and then 4 million. I don't know. Point is, massive disparity.
They're performing something that was a spectacle to get attention, but people focused on the spectacle, not what they were trying to actually get attention to.
Which is like kind of it's like super ironic considering like that's almost exact. It feels like a Monty Python sketch where it's like that was kind of the point of the protest, is that people care more about these more spectacle-oriented things than they do about the actual substance. Yeah, and it's like, and then like that's exactly what happened here. And I don't know, I'm a little bit split-minded because like I do care about climate activism. I think climate change should be like pretty much everyone's number one priority when like politically speaking. Like
nuclear power is our best short-term chance to immediately address it.
Yes, and actually long-term too. Nuclear power is pretty good.
It is really good,
especially if you use thorium reactors.
I should say, like, I mean short-term in the sense that we can implement it pretty fast.
Oh yeah, we can do that now. Like we have the power plants. Right? At least by we, I mean the U.S. Other places might be a little bit different story, but still, it's a good investment.
Also, the U.S. has a lot of places that are just literally natural disaster safe for those plants to be built.
Yes.
Like Japan, they love their nuclear power, but
well,
Japan's also not exactly a.
Just to be clear, it's not about it is true that they had a massive earthquake and then a massive tsunami, and that's why Fukushima happened. But it's also
the same thing happened in another
in the 3 instances of nuclear power failure that people know about. There were much more critical failures that happened in the actual engineering of it, in the construction of it, that happened long before the actual disaster that
happened.
Yeah. So for example, with Chernobyl, the real fatal flaw is not nuclear power bad, it's yes men bad.
Yes men.
Yeah, party yes men are bad, right?
Because they're scared of the party to ever say no.
Yeah, and they needed to actually be willing to say, no, this is wrong, that you need to actually do the math on this better. You need to actually be much more precise about all your measurements and shit, because otherwise there's going to be a disaster. Cut to however many years later, and biggest disaster related to a power plant ever. Well, actually, I don't know about ever, but it's the most famous one. Chernobyl's fucking famous for that.
3 Mile Island.
Yeah, and notice how those are the only 3 instances that people fucking know about. Maybe that means it's actually how many? Because here's the thing: you don't hear instances of failures around oil rigs, around solar farms, wind farms, hydroelectric and geothermal stuff. Like those places have accidents all the time, but you don't hear about them. And I think it's very analogous to planes and air travel, and like compared to other forms of travel, because like airplanes are statistically speaking the safest form of travel because a lot of reasons, but
because of that, when an accident does happen, it's big news because it's
when a
fucking
when a
rare.
plane crashes, the entire world knows about it. It is not just like national news; it is global news.
Like look at like fucking flight 7. Which number was it?
I don't fucking know, but I think I know it. The one in Malaysia, or
Yeah, the Malaysia flight.
in the Indian Ocean, but it was Malaysia
Yeah.
Airlines. Actually,
Yeah, the
there were
Malaysia
two
Airlines
that
flight.
year that were Malaysia Airlines, because one of them was also shot down over Ukraine, wasn't it? Because that was like 2015 or some shit. I forget exactly how long ago, but
Oh yeah, Meta. It's like, what the fuck were they thinking when they disabled the failsafes for a test run
Everyone
with
locked and
Chernobyl?
loaded?
Like, what the fuck? Like, why would you ever disable the failsafes?
yeah. But point being, so like, but like when you like, plane crashes are so rare that whenever it happens, it's global news. But also, whenever they do happen, they're absolutely devastating. Which is why I'm personally terrified of like riding a plane. I actually like have tremendous anxiety about air travel, and I know I'm not alone in that. But like the thing I like went like last time I was on a plane, it was like I went to Atlanta for my grandparents' 50th anniversary, and like on the plane to Atlanta and then back, like I was, I just kept telling myself like it's statistically the safest form of travel, statistically the safest form of travel, and I just kept saying this in my head to kind of tell myself I have a logical reason to be comfortable and safe in this, because similar to how you'll hear about all these accidents with planes whenever they do happen, you will not hear about the several car accidents that happen on a daily occurrence within the city that you live in. Like and like when I was working pest control, I drove around all the time, all because like I drove all around the valley in the city of 1 million people, and like radio stations, they have like traffic reports from on a semi-regular basis, right? To just kind of let you know, like, hey, where's there a backup and stuff, like, where, like, just kind of generally help people navigate the city if there's like any kind of like traffic incident. And very free, like pretty much every time I would hear one of those come up, it's like there's like 3 accidents, and like that's a daily occurrence. I mean, more than 3 a day, I think, actually. It's like it'd be like 3 that I would hear about just in one traffic report. And it's not like I would hear the traffic reports all the time, because I would switch between stations because I'm more interested in hearing like music. But the point being that like I know for a fact multiple car accidents will happen all the time in this city, but I don't fucking hear about them, because they're just so frequent. And and also in all fairness, most of them are not going to be lethal. But because they occur more often, more people die to car accidents than any plane ride. That's why I think it's just one of those things where people, and I guess coming back to climate change, I think people don't understand how severe these effects are because they're not so plainly obvious and right in front of us all the time.
Plainly.
Yeah, because when like climate scientists talk about the dangers of the global temperatures rising 2 degrees Celsius, like you might think to yourself like, oh, 2 degrees Celsius is like nothing. It's like whatever. Like it's a little bit warmer, I guess, but it's like, no, you don't understand. This has disastrous effects across the globe.
There's a reason there's 7 billion snow crabs missing.
Well, and this, marine life is where I think this gets especially fucky. The other thing that doesn't get talked about a lot, but I think should be talked about more, is in addition to the temperatures rising, the carbonization of the oceans is actually extremely dangerous. Because do you know what carbon does to the pH levels of water?
I believe raises it.
It
No,
lowers
it.
it.
Lowers it. Acidifies.
Mm-hmm.
Acidifies.
It makes it more acidic. Yeah, you got it, Lumiris. Good job. You passed the test. So, and the reason why I know this is because I had a really good high school chemistry teacher, and what she had us do one time is take these like shells. Hey, you also had high school chemistry. That was good. Awesome. So my high school chemistry teacher gave us these like I think they were eggshells actually. But point is that they were chemically similar to a type of like shellfish that exists in the ocean. And she had us place it in. I think she like we had a control group where it's like we place it in just like neutral water, and then a different control group of that, or a different group that was like water mixed with carbon dioxide. Because what happens when carbon dioxide hits water is that the carbon goes into the actual water and binds to it, becomes more acidic, and when it becomes more acidic, it dissolves the shell. And so when you think about, okay, there's a lot of, so when we're talking about carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, guess what, comes into contact with the ocean. And we know it'll come into contact with the ocean because carbon dioxide is heavier than oxygen, because it weighs the same as oxygen plus the weight of the carbon that's actually in the carbon dioxide, because oxygen is just dioxide, right? That's why it's written as like O2, that's dioxide. Carbon dioxide is dioxide that is bound to carbon.
Come on,
You
let's
know?
do it.
And so certain types of shellfish will literally dissolve the more carbon there is in that water. And that has a whole host of effects on marine ecosystems that can trickle all the way up into our own ecosystems and economies and stuff. Because, like, think about how many economies are tethered to, like, marine
Fishing
life.
industry.
Yeah, like the fishing
I
industry
mean,
and
again, literally in recent news,
You people
the
ready?
snow crab season is just done for. It's completely called off
stuff. Mm-hmm.
because when 7 billion out of the 9 billion you expect don't exist,
Yeah. Or at least, or I think they were. I think there's more evidence that they were like shifting further north, but like outside of the range that would be reasonable to actually go and try to fish for them. Essentially, I could be wrong about that. So I mean, feel free to fact
but
check me on that.
let's put
But
it this
yeah,
way: there's gonna be a lot of people out of work
yeah,
because that's like their year's income,
mm-hmm. And that's
and it's
Go
gonna
on.
drive up prices for those.
Oh my god! Climate change can cause inflation. What a shocker!
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like you have to like you have to be able to like connect these dots for people.
It's
on
a chain, people. It's a fucking chain.
Yeah, and like I think most reasonable people, when they think through that chain, they're like, oh, that's a big deal. I see why you care about this so much. But like the problem is, like a lot of people don't do that, and I don't necessarily even think it's because they don't care, but I think a lot of people are too stressed out to care. Like a lot of people are busy with their own, like working multiple part-time jobs just to make ends meet or some shit.
Yeah, let's put it this way.
Or
Trying to
they
keep the
work a
kids
full-time
fed is
job
lot
and a
more
part-time
immediate
job on top of
problem.
that. Yeah. So it's like people are overworked, so they're too stressed out to care about issues like that, because like it just takes too much brain power to even like run through that chain. Because they're exhausted, and especially if they're like a single parent and they're trying to take care of a kid. Like, you know,
Feeding your offspring is a much more immediate concern than climate change.
yeah, so like I get it if there's people who struggle to care or understand about this stuff, but like that's kind of why we have experts, so that you don't have to do all the thinking. And when 97% of these experts are telling you, are ringing all the alarm bells to say, hey, climate change is a real issue, and these 3% are funded by oil companies, then like, yeah, maybe you should listen to the 97% of climate scientists who have been screaming at the top of their lungs, basically, that like climate change is here and we need to do something about it yesterday. You know?
Meta. I've been overstressed for a long time. Get vouch for you. Stop caring about a multitude of things. Yup.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's. I mean, just anyone can notice that. Like, you have like, just think about it. Like, if you go through like a stressful day or a stressful week, like, how empathetic do you really feel about like issues? Because it's the thing. Like, I don't think stress actually makes people more empathetic. I think it actually makes them much more selfish, because by virtue of being in stress, you have to be focused on like whatever's going on with you. I think when people are past their stress, they can become more empathetic, because they could be sympathetic to other people's stress, and they're like, "Oh, I remember when I was stressed out like that." But like,
I mean, hell, let's put it this way about like being able to put things off, like putting things off in the case of. So before I got sick, I just realized I probably realized why I got sick.
okay,
Is repeatedly all fucking week, I was watching over my grandma. Now normally I could just like, usually I could just like, whatever. My parents would go into town, take care of tasks, whatnot. Thing is though, a lot of that task came down to why I'm doing the donathon, so the car repairs. Our vehicles been experiencing issues for a while.
yeah,
And with that, they're gone for a long fucking time. Me, I cannot sleep right when I know I'm on duty, so to speak.
mm-hmm.
And it's the case of I was sleep deprived, going on about 4-5 hours max for about a week and a half.
Yeah. No, like honestly, I kind of wish you were letting me know about that when it was going on, because I would have yelled at you to actually end Together Tuesday when I was ending Together Tuesday, instead of going on to your fucking enduro streams all the time.
So I was like sleep deprived for a week and a half, which is probably why I got sick in the first place.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, it's just like something that's kind of fucked up about the human body. It's like when you're stressed out, you're actually much more vulnerable to sickness and shit. Which, guess what? Also is stressful.
People ready?
And then you get into issues like, oh, and now you have to, like, what if you get like super sick and you have to go to the hospital, and oh god, now you have to worry about insurance and whether or not you can pay the bills, and then it's like fucking, oh my god, I swear to God, like all the issues that I care about politically are constantly tethered to each other in the most frustrating. It's like spaghetti code, you know? Like it feels like just a massive feedback loop of fuck, you know?
Everyone locked and loaded?
Yeah, so I got sick because I worry about my family too much.
Yeah, and it's like that feels shitty, because it's like it's like it feels like you're being punished for like actually being a decent person, right?
And here's the thing though, it's like, again, my grandma, she does need help. She legitimately needs that help.
Yeah,
She's
and
freaking like 85.
mm-hmm. Feedback loop. Look, if you want that, you're gonna have to subscribe to my OnlyFans. That doesn't exist.
Speaking of OnlyFans, Markiplier probably has an OnlyFans soon.
Yeah, apparently.
It's for charity.
Basically, yeah, which is very on brand for him. Markiplier's pretty cool dude. I haven't, honestly, I don't watch him much these days. Not because I like don't like it. I don't know. I feel like I just
don't really watch his content. It just happens.
yeah. I mean, like occasionally I'll go back to like a video of his. I'm like, oh yeah, he's good. He's good at this. But I think it's just more of that, like on YouTube, like the type of content I like to consume is like StarCraft related content, and then like I don't know, like random bullshit, like memes and shit.
Me, it's like when I try to watch gun content, it's great because I love gun content, but then too, all the gun tubers are always like, oh yeah, by the way, you better support us in these other ways because YouTube is doing everything they can to fuck us.
Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Dark Reaper 999. I hope you like the Reaping of Darkness or whatever. I don't know.
Like, it's like, good God, it's like, and also seeing how biased fucking YouTube is just disgusting.
Yeah.
Like hell, look at how recently, like, which YouTuber was it that was getting basically discriminated against that Markiplier jumped in on to show off?
Oh my god, yeah. Oh god. I remember this coming up. I don't remember who the fuck it was. But it was like...
It's kind of hilarious because I know quite a few gun tubers I watched, they were supportive of it.
Ready for this?
But then they also jokingly said, you're like, see? We fucking told you guys they hate specific people. Look at us, we've been doing this for a while.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, well, and like people on like the news and politics parts of YouTube. I guess that's another part of you. There's a couple like political YouTubers I like to watch, um, but it's like people who were in news and politics. Like it was very obvious what happened post like 2017 when Adpocalypse happened.
Yep.
Because what happened immediately when that happened is they dropped all like funding for news and politics channels. Like they were not getting revenue anymore. And that's just immediately in the fallout. It was eventually restored, but then that came with the caveats of like now they're trying to prioritize what they call like reliable or not reliable or authoritative sources. I think is the term they call it, which basically means corporate news, because that includes MSNBC, CNN, and Fox News. Fox News, by the way, is a news channel that if you watch it, you will actually be less informed about issues than if you watched no news at all. It's so fucking bad. And MSNBC and CNN are only moderately better. They're not actually good. And this
Remember,
is what
those companies don't care about you being informed. They care about you watching them, so they get that money.
Yes, yeah. So
they're not there to inform. They're there to get your eyeballs on the screen.
yeah, and before YouTube started pushing corporate media down people's throats, like if you were to go to their videos, they would get like a few thousand views or some shit, like something that for a big corporate entity is like laughably small. Like for me, I would be ecstatic if I had like a few thousand views on a video, but I'm also like literally just like I'm just some dude who is currently dressed as a Goth Egirl for Halloween and fucking loving it, by the way. But I'm just like, you and I, we're just some randos, just like throwing ourselves into this with no like, we're not funded by like some hedge fund billionaire or anything like that. And if we were, I would hope you guys would call us out on that because that's corrupt as fuck.
Shit, if I had a hedge fund billionaire just anonymously sipping for my ass, I'd be throwing my funding into so much different shit.
Yeah, like fucking over the hedge fund billionaire. But anyways, I digress. It's like, it's after YouTube started prioritizing them more, they suddenly like now they get like actually like a ton of views, and independent media, like, which would basically be like people like you and me. Like, for example, if you and I were to suddenly decide like we're going into news and politics on YouTube, we would have the hardest fucking time. We would have like you think our growth on here is fucking bad? Like it would be the worst to
Honestly,
do that.
If you want any even remote kind of success on that, you need to swap me out for a white guy.
Well, and even then, it's like you have me here. Like I would get
or just make it worse.
I guess, but I'm saying even if I just independently did this myself, like I would not take off, like because YouTube is actively working against me, right? So it's an uphill battle. Like that doesn't mean I couldn't ever do it, but it's just like it's an uphill battle, and that is getting noticed in any sort of online space is already an uphill battle. So really, it goes from more like you're like trying to like go uphill to like you're going up a cliff. Like you have to do like actual cliff, rock climbing and shit. And it's just like fuck, dude. Like that. Like that's why like I kind of keep my political rants to, like areas like this where it's like we're literally playing Left 4 Dead and we're talking about this shit, and it's kind of just like all of this like off the cuff rants that are really presented in a more casual way. It's, and just to be clear, we're not a substitute for people who are actually like spending like their like working hours researching this shit. Yeah, like don't come to my channel for like the most well-informed opinions and stuff, because like I'm not spending every waking hour researching this shit, you know? Like I digest it by watching these other people do it, or by like reading news articles or some shit. But like I don't know, but it's like, yeah.
Ready for this?
if my opinions are good, it's not because I'm doing professional level work on this stuff. It's because like I'm a genius, actually. Obviously, no, I don't know. I don't know. Point being, like, you shouldn't treat me and Rezdog as like authoritative. Not to use the YouTube terminology, but like you shouldn't treat us as like authoritative sources because we're not. We're just some gamers, you know.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually thought about doing not Patreon, because I found out that Patreon's very like, I kind of want to do gun content in the future, but I know Patreon is, they're gun ambivalent, not gun tolerant.
Yeah, like I could probably do Patreon if I wanted to.
Yeah, you could do it. Me, I want to do gun content. I can't risk it because I can't risk Patreon with gun content.
Yeah.
Come on, let's do it.
I guess the question for me would be like, how okay is Patreon with like outspoken leftists? But as far as I know, they're actually like fairly okay when it comes to just more like people who are just broadly talking about politics, but they get more iffy about things like guns. And I don't think it's because of, well, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't pretend to know what their logic is because I actually just don't.
I mean, it's mysterious. Again, it's like to say that to try to to fully understand the biases against gun content across the internet. It's been
Let's do it.
It's been the gun circles and the internet's mystery for a very long time.
Yeah, it's confusing to me too, because like I'm a gun control advocate, and a lot of the stuff you'll describe to me is like that's fucking weird. I don't get that. I guess to be fair, like when I say I'm a gun control advocate, though, I guess like I think I consider myself a more moderate person on that. You know, like I'm not really in favor of like gun bans or anything. It's just more of like, hey, can we have like some like basic level regulations and shit, and just like try to be a little bit, you know, like actually have a pretty thorough process. You know, a comparable process to like I don't know, getting a driver's license.
And remove the NFA and the Hughes Amendment. I'll gladly, let that type of shit go. And that makes me a lot more reasonable than than some people.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, look, it's certainly easier to talk to you about gun issues than it is Yang, because oh my fucking god.
But again, if you want me to agree to licensing shit like that, fuck the NFA, fuck the Hughes.
Ready for this?
Anyways, but it's just like, I don't know. There's certain things, certain mentalities that exist out there that are confusing to me, even when like I kind of am sort of. And you know, I guess I could bring this back to why, to like the Just Stop Oil protests, where it's like, okay, I'm a little bit confused about what their plan was here. Like, I think the idea, like to try to steelman them. I think what Just Stop Oil protesters wanted to do by throwing the can of tomato soup at a painting is to just do the sensationalist thing that will get attention. And they were correct about that. It did do that. Because I do think it is important for, you know, if you're trying to be like a climate activist, like, you need to get people's attention. This is something you would need to do. Because protests aren't effective if nobody gives a fuck or if nobody sees them, right? So, okay, I get the idea. You need to do something provocative. You do need to do something attention grabbing. But then the problem is, it's not like the whole thing where, like, you know, like it's hard for people to like draw all the. You have to connect the dots for people to, you know, give a shit about climate change and stuff, and that's like frustrating as hell. Well, try to make it so that there's less dots that have to be connected, right? It's like, because like the thought process that most people are going to go through is like, why the fuck are these people throwing paint at soup out of fucking painting? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And what the fuck does this have to do with oil? You know, it's not immediately obvious to people, and so it feels like just like needless vandalism of artwork. It's also especially this like it's also especially like kind of weird when you consider like people who care about art, and I'm going to make a generalization here, okay? But generally, people who are artistically minded tend to be a little bit more left-leaning than people who are not. Doesn't mean that they're all lefties. There's certainly a lot of very right-wing artists and stuff, but like the mindsets behind creative processes tend to be shared among people who care about a lot of issues that leftists tend to care about, right? And so it becomes a little bit weird where it feels like if the the world of artistry is generally more on your side than the general population, feels weird to target them, right? So it's like it just kind of feels like it's not the type of thing that really would convince people, and it like feels like borderline infighting, which is like the lefties have enough problems with infighting, so we don't need shit like that. I don't know. It's like I think that protest needed to be. It needed to be a lot more obvious what it was about, right? And I mentioned the issue that like there were 2 videos of it. One of them had more views, like a fuck ton more views, but it didn't have anything about what the protest was about. It just showed the sensationalist thing. The second one is one where they actually like said things that were more substantive. And like, well, that ends up being the problem, is that if people need to get to that substantive part, you need to make that easier for them. So like, I guess if I was one piece of advice I guess I could give is like, hey, while you're throwing the soup, maybe start making your point so people can't even edit those separately of each other. Like, it would make it hard for people who are trying to make it hard for people to sympathize with you. Like,
Ready?
like try to make it easier for people to understand what the hell you're doing and why you're doing it. And maybe target like actual like oil companies instead of like a historical artist, who's been dead for a long time too. Like, what is Van Gogh gonna fucking do? I don't know. It's hard because I want activism to be better. And it's just it's not in a great place right now. And I don't have the best advice other than like, I don't know, I guess what I just said. But I don't feel like I have a good counter offer, I guess. It's like, I don't know. Throw soup at a CEO. I guess maybe that's my counter offer. Anyways, that was a long ass tangent about a lot of different things. Should we continue this?
Everybody ready?
Maybe. Do we? Fuck it, let's actually get some violence in.
Yeah. Also, thanks for coming to our TED Talk. I guess it was mostly my TED Talk because I think I took over the conversation a bit more than you did, but thanks. I appreciate
You're
it.
more actively politically minded, at least for general populace, politically minded than I am.
Yeah.
I like to keep my issues more close to home.
That's definitely true.
But the thing is, though, because I keep my issues close to home, most people don't know enough to where I can have a discussion with them.
Yeah, like, I find it very interesting when you're talking about native politics, because, like, because I have a more big picture approach, right? And so, like, unfortunately, that means that Native Americans often get left out of the picture because, well, unfortunately, they were genocided of like 500 years ago to the point that, like, the population levels of Indigenous Americans will never even come close to anyone else's. At least in America, and
yeah, because fun fact: by the time explorers are going through most of the American continent, natives are already living in a post-apocalypse.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Because when the death rate of a plague is 9 in 10,
yeah, like, I guess to put it in perspective, like, imagine if COVID... Oh my god, I'm getting grabbed too. Fuck. It's up to the bots, this is bad. Okay, I got freed. Oh my god. Okay, you should heal yourself.
I already used my pills, gotta use the health.
Alright, fair enough.
We're almost there.
Anyways, but like to understand like how devastating
Imagine if code was just as spreadable as it was when it first came out.
and then it also killed like
9
the
to 10.
yeah, like every like if it killed 90% of the people that you know, like you would basically be telling yourself, I am actually living in the apocalypse, right? As opposed to like the kind of like joking attitude of like, we're living through the apocalypse, lol.
No, the natives back in the days legit went through that.
Yeah, and as a result of that, like they make up a very small percentage of the population of the United States, despite being the natives to this land, right?
I mean, hell, let's put it this way. In the 14th century, Cahokia, a city that was located within the inside the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, had a higher population than London at the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Like, there was a lot of people on the American continents, but one thing, the first empire that the Spanish encountered, the Aztecs and all those guys, the Inca were not really used to all-out warfare on top of the diseases they were catching, because the Inca were in these huge mountainous regions where like all-out warfare was basically impossible,
or at least a lot more tricky, because
a lot trickier.
Yeah, because you don't have these big open plains to actually have large battles.
And then deal with the Aztecs won disease, but then also the moment the Aztecs were weakened, every single tribe that they were dominating immediately turned on them, took their chances.
Oh yeah, because the Aztec, basically before the Spanish came along, the Aztecs were the big baddies of the Americas. Because, like, the Aztecs, no, like, okay, I need to be careful because I realize I'm the white guy here. The Aztec Empire were a very cruel and
to describe the Aztecs as humane would be very inaccurate.
they were a very cruel society and very imperialistic in nature, and they were bad because of the way in which they oppressed the other native tribes. Okay, like, and they engaged in a lot of activities that,
a lot of human sacrifice.
yeah, they engaged in a lot of activities that were very very cruel.
Let's put it this way: when you're the big bad militaristic empire of the region, and your primary religion involves a lot of very vengeful, very angry, very literally bloodthirsty gods, so therefore you gotta sacrifice thousands upon thousands of people to them because your religion dictates it. The people that you dominate, so you don't have to sacrifice your own people, get very scared.
Yeah, and again, not to make too harsh or like too mean a comparison. Like it'd be like, it's kind of.
Hey, if the Greens get chucked, they could talk about Aztec human sacrifice.
I know, it's just like I'm like keenly aware that like I am the white person talking about the cruelty and of a native civilization.
Fuck.
So, oh fuck.
Help.
Line of sight is not great here. Okay. Basically, I don't want to like sound like a fucking colonialist. Is what I'm trying to do. but like but I also want to be simultaneously accurate about the point that like Aztecs were a cruel people, or a cruel society that was very imperialistic.
God damn it, not again.
You okay?
Help, help, why are you guys on that side?
I don't think it's so much that why are we on this side, is more of like why are you charging into the horde, man?
I got grabbed off the building. I'm staying in the building. I didn't grab off of it.
You were in the building?
I was on the building, like I was
Okay,
on the torch.
Yeah, so we were out back here, you know, where the ammo and the health kits are. Oh wait, no, that's.
And I try to keep a firing point on where the enemy is coming from, so they don't get close to us in the first place.
Ammo here. I'm reloading.
Look, all I'm saying is, if you don't make the effort to be aware of where the other party members are, try not to be too surprised. But I'm next to you now. Oh, fuck.
Oh god. Speed is life.
Alright, you good?
Yep, I don't have any temporary health, so I gotta use the health kit.
That's alright?
Because speed is life in this game. Far left.
Oh my god. God. I don't even know where the boomer was. Oh, actually, I think I found him.
Tank's in the house, tank's in the house.
Oh, I see him. Yep. Okay, I'm jumping down.
Fire in the hole.
Let's see, you're up there. Okay.
Reloading.
I hear a hunter.
To the pier, to the pier.
Here.
Cover me while I heal.
That's rough.
Got it.
Yeah, just reset me all the way back to the house.
Let's go, let's go. Get to the boat.
And I feel like I was in the middle of a thought, and then like all the shit happened at once. So I don't even remember what I was talking about.
There we go. Yeah, the Aztecs were a very cruel.
Oh, we were talking about the Aztecs. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Yeah, the Aztecs, like most empires throughout history, were brutal and sadistic and pretty awful to their neighbors. And by awful, I mean like straight up genocidal.
And then once disease and another enemy of sufficient military strength showed up, all the tribes that they were subjugated revolted.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah.
they could also get genocided by the same people they thought were on their side.
Well, a lot of them might have not even known about the Spanish, because the disease went ahead of the Spanish quite a bit. Like by the time they got to by the time like Cortez got to the capital of the Aztec Empire, like half the population was already dead. So it was basically like he walked in, said, "This is Spanish territory," and what could they do? They couldn't really contest them. They were sick and dying.
Let's put it this way: what the Spanish did with conquering a lot of South America and up into Mexico was a fucking fluke.
Yeah, no, honestly, if smallpox didn't exist, there's no way the Spanish would have conquered even close to as much as they did. They might have been able to conquer quite a bit, but not as much as they did.
Let's put it this way: getting shit. Yes, their technology and everything was so far advanced because of just outright warfare compared to the locals.
Mm-hmm.
But considering sheer numbers, terrain, all the other shit, and the
logistics,
logistics of getting shit to the New World, like, they should have been fucked. They really should have been fucked.
Yeah, like I could see them maybe
standpoint.
Yeah, well, yeah, just from a legit. So like, well, yeah, because that's kind of the reason why the American Revolution went the way it did. Because like, remember, the 13 colonies of that became the United States, won a war against the most powerful military on the planet at that point in time. At like the height of their empire too. Like this was not like the British Empire in decline. The British Empire was still in its prime, and you had this group of colonies that actually had a successful rebellion. And there's a lot of reasons behind it, but I think the number one reason is like the British had to reinforce their troops by sending them on boats across an entire ocean. And
while also being harassed by the French.
Yeah, all while being harassed by the French, which were, just across a channel as opposed to an ocean. So, because there was shenanigans happening in Europe at the same time too. It wasn't like it wasn't it wasn't like it was just happening with America. But even then, it's just like the amount of time it would take for British forces to actually get to the Americas. Like so much shit would happen in the Americas in that point in time, right? I mean, and like we also saw this in like the War of 1812, which was basically American Revolution 2.0, Electric Boogaloo. Except they didn't really have good electricity yet, so it wasn't really that electric. But famously, Andrew Jackson, who would later become president, fought a battle against the British in I think New Orleans, or at least somewhere around there, after the war had officially been declared done. Because information traveled so slowly, and the logistics of everything were very, very slow.
I say we head there too.
So, like, I think it's something to forget. That's easy to forget about. About like history is just like how hard it is to get information and people across vast distances. Because, like, for example, right now, we could say something, and an Australian person, an Australian nerd can, like, laugh at my my references to StarCraft or some shit, you know?
I mean, hell, right now I could communicate in real time with a bunch of Finnish people.
Yep. And, like, these people are extremely far away. Like they are not.
Hell, Egg Kills is the farthest one away.
Actually, I think Lemaris is further, because you have to consider Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Japan's closer to us than Australia, because they're both across the Pacific Ocean, but one of them you have to go more on the diagonal.
True. Regardless, those two are farthest away individuals.
Yeah, and that's because the Pacific Ocean is fucking huge.
We're at the greenhouse.
Anyways, empires suck. They're bad. And authoritarianism bad.
Reloading.
Reloading! Reloading!
Grenades here.
Reloading!
I keep on forgetting I have the Majora's Mask moon every time I see it. I think it's only on certain maps. I think that's part of why it's easy for me to forget it.
Oh, I forget who I was talking to. I remember one point we asked about why like
Reloading.
the Americans never saw like massive, just absolutely brutal fucking warfare like Europe did. Another one is just the sheer the geography of the American continent is really fucking stupid. It's not easy to get anywhere.
Extra pistol.
Depends on where you are.
I mean, like,
I think it would be better. It's more accurate to say that there is a lot of diversity to the geography of the Americas, which means that there's going to be some places where it's like fucking like difficult. But I think more importantly, especially for the context of Europeans,
mountains are huge barriers.
yes, yeah. But I think more importantly for the context of like Europeans is that a country like the United States is roughly the size of the European Union.
Yep.
Through here!
Like I think, correct me. This might not be true, but it'd be pretty close.
Nice!
But I seem to recall that you could probably fit the Roman Empire into the United States. But maybe that's only like that might not entirely be true, but you can certainly fit like a whole lot of it. I guess the main reason why I'm a bit unsure is like the expansion all the way up into Britannia does actually stretch the empire quite a bit.
Don't shoot that car.
Because the Mediterranean alone is actually pretty substantial.
Sweet.
By the way, isn't
America's
technology?
fucking huge?
Yeah, America's huge. By the way, isn't it cool that like technology is progressed to the point where we can talk to people across such vast distances in real time?
Yep. Me contemplating what would happen if I went back in time and went to all the major tribes and introduced the idea, the tools necessary to access subsurface metals.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and I mean, to kind of hit on the point with like the communication technology being the way it is, like you and I would not have been able to maintain our friendship if it weren't for that.
Yep.
Not in the sense that we wouldn't be friends if we saw each other, but like it's like, but we've been able to consistently talk to each other and hang out because like things like Discord exist, or
I mean, shit, dog. Imagine how much harder it would have been back when I was still on the res, when my internet was shitty.
well, and even then, like we were able to like post in like our Facebook group that we had at the time with each other. We could still like have that kind of like loose connection to each other,
Yeah.
even if like calls were like pretty difficult to actually have. But yeah, especially when you move back down here and like Discord became a thing, like oh my god, I feel like a good chunk of the past 5 years is just like like you and I sitting in a Discord call where it's just the two of us, and it's like 3 a.m. And that's fucking nice. Also, the 3 a.m. Whataburger was kind of nice too.
Yes.
But that was not. That was less frequent. That was like maybe like when we were doing that. That was like maybe like what, once a month.
Ocelot, how's it going there?
Oh, we got an Ocelot chat. Nice.
Also, I just realized. Imagine how crazy off course history would go if a time traveler went back and gave the major tribes of the American continent the tools to access subsurface metals.
Oh, it'd be dramatically different. Like that. Like God, that's one of those alt history things where it's like the ramifications of that are so huge. Like, where do you even start? Like,
Because here's the thing, the Americas are some of the most resource-rich places on the fucking planet. It's just they're hard to get to without the proper tools.
yeah, and so I mean, the thing that most immediately
that area got super lucky because they had access to surface metals.
Mm-hmm.
And with those surface metals, you get the tools to get to their subsurface metals.
Mm-hmm. It's like advancements in like Terraria or Minecraft.
Yep.
You know, but yeah, the thing that most immediately comes to mind with that type of alt history thing is like, I think the most immediate effect is like, oh, the indigenous Americans would be better at fighting off European colonizers. That being said, I think if that's the only thing we're changing in this alt history scenario, I think European colonizers still colonize the Americas because smallpox is still a thing that will kill you regardless of the level of technology you have.
Yep.
Unless, actually, let me correct that last part. Unless you have vaccines.
Ooh, bigger alt history. Go back in time and vaccinate everybody.
Go back in time. Yeah, that would be.
Let's do it.
That would be bigger. Like if you had or I guess more importantly, not only vaccinate them, but actually show them how to make vaccines.
Yep.
Which, to be fair, like you would have to do a more primitive level vaccine with the level of technology they had. Unless
like
you
cowpox inoculation they discovered like
but
years later.
But like something like that probably could be done, or at least something pretty close to it. But even if all you did was you go back in time and like flip a switch or
disease.
And suddenly like they like everyone on the planet is effectively vaccinated for smallpox or some shit. Like holy shit, you saved countless lives. Like first of all, that's what happens. Holy shit.
You know what? The Aztec Empire probably still would have fell because with the colonizers showing up and shaking things up, the other tribes probably would have still taken their chances.
Oh yeah, no, I think it would have been a more instead of like being this apocalypse of disease, it would
Just
be
a more violent war.
Yeah, it would honestly maybe more resemble like I guess some of the conflicts that historically have occurred in the Middle East, where like because like that's historically been a place where just like big empires kind of clash sometimes. But like yeah, you would have had it would have been more violent. But yeah, I think, but you wouldn't have had the disease, so you may have actually had less death. So, actually, definitely you would have had less death.
Less death, but more brutal.
Yeah, because here's the thing, when there's like a violent revolution, 90% of the population doesn't die, but when smallpox happens, that does happen. So,
yeah, because the Aztec Empire would have been a lot more prepared, like had a lot more manpower. But once the conquistadors arrive, literally that's such a shake-up to the dynamic. All the subjugated tribes would be like, "Hey, we don't know who these fuckers are, but we don't know what's going on because they might be too far to hear about the conquistadors." So it's a case of something's happening, it's distracting the fucking Aztecs. Let's rise up and take our chances.
Yeah, and I bet like maybe like here, like around the region that we live, maybe there would have been like some kind of like Apache or Navajo Confederacy or some shit like that. That would have like tried to like team up with like all these different types of tribes that are around here and into Mexico, to kind of try basically offer an alternate home for these tribes that are rebelling against the Aztecs, and maybe
Yeah, the thing
and
about
provide
Comanche-
and provide support for that as well.
I don't also think about the times the Comanche and all those tribes vibe checked the conquistadors, so they didn't go much farther north.
Yeah.
Because remember, the Comanche also clashed with the conquistadors. They vibe checked them.
Mm-hmm.
Also, one phenomenon with it, because of Native Americans and the Colombian exchange, is how fucking quickly we adapted to horses.
Well, yeah. So yeah, that's one of those things that. I mean, it's not too crazy when you think about it. It's because I'm assuming with like because a lot of native tribes also adapted to guns pretty quickly too. Because it's like, well,
Also,
it's
modern American gun culture is actually mostly borrowed and based off of Native American individual warrior culture.
yes, because like if you think about it, like like you can if you could teach a kid how to ride a horse, you could teach a tribe of Native Americans in like the 1500s to ride a horse.
And the thing is, though, also there were already horse-like creatures that went extinct in the Americas, so there's some ancient ass shit going on there where it's like, oh hey, this seems familiar enough.
Yeah, and then like I think what would have been I think the trickier thing is just like the trickier adaptation that had to be had was like, and I guess maybe this is to speak to how impressive the adaptation is the idea of like how to use cavalry in warfare. Um,
Oh yeah, no, we were kind of memeing on people with it.
Though I guess to be fair, I think maybe that could just be a byproduct of like how Native Americans were kind of forced to fight, because the Native Americans were kind of forced to fight in this very like hit and run,
Skirmishes.
skirmish type warfare, like guerrilla warfare, which well, it turns out that's exactly what you do with cavalry in like a big battle. Like they're not there to actually win the fight; they're there to engage in skirmishes and like hit and run raids stuff like that. They're not really your fighting force. It's like your infantry that actually do the fighting. Um, depending on like the type of army composition you have, I guess. If you have enough cavalry, they'll actually just win the fight outright. But like if you have like the Riders of Rohirrim type shit, like yeah, that's enough cavalry to actually win a fucking battle. But
Cavalry win your fight, let's do the French.
yeah, so like
You, Agincourt.
so like yeah, that's why I put in like the asterisk. Like asterisk, there are exceptions to this, depends on your composition. But like if we were looking at like like ancient like Roman or like Greco-Roman warfare, like largely that was not the case. That oh, that's not the way forward, I guess. Oh, bathroom. Okay.
Watch where you point that.
But yeah, but considering that cavalry, one of the things they ended up being good at was just like these kind of skirmish tactics and stuff. Like, well, for a people that like are doing that with their infantry, essentially, yeah, you're basically just getting faster versions of that because now they're on horseback. So of course, like I guess when you connect those dots together, it's like of course the Native Americans got really good at that shit because like they were already in the right mindset to do that.
I hear a smoker.
Hold up, alerting the bitch.
Oh, okay. All of us standing in the cloud, coughing our lungs out.
There's a nade launcher over here.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh,
I can handle this.
okay.
Dear lover, morning. How's it going there?
We got a lover in chat. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Cereal.
Oh.
Grains.
Someone needs to lower that
I
dumpster.
mean,
Good thinking.
I don't. I feel like I should have a joke here, but I don't.
Are you a plant life?
You are what you eat. I don't
You're
know.
not your wife.
Are you sure about that? I mean, I'm literally wearing like some of her clothing right now, so.
Jen is actually just dissociative personality disorder. She's not actually married. Literally has seen your wife on camera.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, like who the fuck am I streaming with? If that's the case.
Shared Matt's hallucinations. Paid actor.
Paid actor. Who are you, fucking Alex Jones?
I'll do another yank.
Man, the second I say Alex Jones, Yang's in chat. God damn it. That's too on brand.
Anyways. Climbing time.
I broke my ankles.
Down, let's go. Charger!
Uh-oh, I hear Hunter. Man, I don't know why the visual texture broke for the chicken. Because here's the thing, it was working at the beginning of the stream. It just kind of stopped. But the sounds are still there.
Does anybody have an explosive?
I mean, I have a grenade launcher. So,
Okay, we're gonna go fucking ham on this bitch.
alright, just let me know.
3, now. Just go ham. Dump everything.
I mean, I have to reload it.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah. That may have been a bit of a panic.
Zealous.
Yeah. You call it zealotry, I call it panic. You and I are not the same.
From me.
Considering how you reacted to a bat that you didn't even know was actually sus. Also, sorry for the grenade on you, but like the entire swarm was on you.
Also, yes, I have a history of being zealous.
Yeah. So like, no joke, in one of the D&D campaigns that I've done with, and this would have been good for Rudelad to know, because I don't think Rudelad, like he thinks that you're a straight shooter, and that's not true. It's just you lack the tools to be crazy right now. But in one of the D&D campaigns that I've done with Rezdog, I had a bat just kind of like land on like a bush near him, and this is in a setting where there's like a lot of undead.
Thanks. I owe you.
And so his character got a bit paranoid. Ow. And you know, it's again, all the character saw was just like a bat on like a bush. And so Rez decided to use like basically the druidic equivalent of like a fireball on this one bat. I think the bat had like 8 health. You did like 40 damage to it. Like, it was fucking crazy. And like, to be fair, it was an undead bat, and I did actually I was using it to fuck with some of their plans. But like, the character didn't know that. I'm not even sure if Rezdog actually knew that, because I was actually pretty subtle about like my movements with this bat, like where I was putting it and what it was doing. Do you know what it was doing to this day? Yeah. You remember those like fucking obelisks that your character was like turning into like bastions of life?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally that bat's job was go to those places and decay the life. That's it. That's all it was doing. But you didn't even know that. Like, so it's like, which is why like I didn't accuse you of metagaming, because you were just being like just old, like mega paranoid. Also, your character does have a history of like overreacting to shit. So it wasn't like, oh god, it wasn't like the.
It wasn't out of character.
It wasn't terribly out of character. It was like, what the fuck? But it wasn't out of character, so I didn't really take issue with you. I just kind of laughed at it, like, you're being absurd. You know this, right? And you're like, yes, I know. I'm like, okay.
To the airport.
Better say the sorry. Better say the sorry. Better say the sorry.
Yeah. Because, yeah, that character does largely have that type of attitude where it's like, like if you can, this character just does react very aggressively to a lot of situations that maybe don't necessarily call for the extreme level of aggression.
His druid should have been a paladin.
Kind of, with the way that she's acting. To be fair, though, so some additional context. This druid is also literally a 14-year-old child.
He can't read, by the way.
Yeah, and she can't read.
Who's also the wisest and smartest statistically on the team.
Yeah, she has the most intelligence and most wisdom. Did that not get it? Oh my god. There we go. Oh my god. Yeah, and then like this like, so this 14-year-old child was basically brought on this like crusade against like undead, and goes into this like fallen kingdom that's basically like a post-apocalypse wasteland, and she, I mean, like, look, a lot of D&D characters are like go on adventures because they have trauma. This is a D&D character that's gaining trauma. Like, whether she realizes it or not, like she's gonna leave that campaign with a lot of trauma. Assuming she leaves the campaign, I guess, because you know, people can die. I guess to be fair,
In the helmet.
yeah, I guess to be fair, dying is a traumatic experience. So, so I guess you could bring that trauma to the afterlife.
Also, this is what happens when you're the result of a few generations of a druidic experimentation in eugenics.
Yeah. Also, let's see, how much longer is left in this like sequence of missions? Do you know?
What do you say?
I have no idea. I can't remember.
Okay. With that in mind, hey Yang, do you want to join us? Even though we're like probably gonna end after we finish whatever sequence this is.
I'll probably go into fucking Hot Showdown after this anyway. So.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. You can join your favorite Navajo monster hunter and your new favorite goth GF Egirl.
Would I join?
Would you? Would you?
You know what? The party is very. I'm thinking about the party in the D&D campaign now. You got basically a con artist. What was it? Formerly criminal affiliate con artist bard. Their barbarian ward that they basically is their adopted daughter.
It is their adopted daughter.
Yeah, that is their adopted daughter. A typical paladin.
Mostly typical, yeah.
A mostly typical paladin.
Mm-hmm.
A runaway monk who gets lost all the fucking time.
Yep. A very hot-headed monk, by the way.
A very hot-headed monk who gets lost all the time.
A very hot-headed monk, but a hot-headed monk that is very passionate about helping people.
A good-hearted but very hot-headed monk.
Yes, yeah, I think that's a good way of putting that.
Eugenics experiment.
And sorry, what?
And a 14-year-old eugenics experiment.
Okay, to be clear, so this is a campaign with me, Rezdog, and our friend Jojo. and we've made a lot of memes about these characters. I feel like the memes very much exaggerate the more aggressive or sinister traits of this druid, because the actual like background of this druid is that she's like from like a more traditional like druidic circle, which is why she's not literate, because like she was like literally like focused on like the trees and
wild.
shit. Yeah, like literally in the wild, away from civilization. And like so in her the reason why she's like so like why she has her own zealotry against the undead is like she views them as like an affront to nature, right? Like they're unnatural and yeah. But like largely speaking, like that's why she's like kind of aggressive towards the undead. She's pretty vicious with them, but she's not.
I mean, when we had the very few human opponents in the early part, she was trying to take them down non-lethally.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So it was like her and the paladin were the only ones trying to not kill these actual like living humans. Everyone else was kind of on board with killing them, including the monk, by the way. Oh, Yang's here. I didn't realize that.
Don't shoot me.
I just threw myself in.
Yeah, no, that's all right. We literally invited you. So.
Actually, technically, you didn't.
Well, okay, I verbally invited you. I didn't like send you an invite on Steam. So,
Ooh, running into soldier zombies.
you see, I traditionally invited you. That's what I did.
What if Yang's a vampire?
Well, that's just one path to immortality. And hey, you know what? If I like, you know how like vampires kind of become stuck at like whatever like appearance they have. Like, could you think of a better like goth?
That's why you're gonna gain weight.
A goth Egirl.
You're a vampire. You literally can't change your appearance.
But like, look, it's like the ultimate like goth Egirl fantasy to become a vampire, isn't it? Because then like
God
you're.
damn it, Anne Rice.
Because then like. Yeah. Because then like not you become even more goth than you were before, and then like you get to be the goth girl forever, and that's pretty awesome too.
Don't worry, Lewis. It's me and you versus the world.
You know what piece of literature?
I'm here too.
I realize how intensely gay it is without actually outright saying it's gay as hell. Carmilla.
Wait, sorry, what?
A lot of fire.
Carmilla.
Mm.
Yeah, one of the OG vampire stories, or in this case, the progenitor of the really hot goth lesbian vampire TF. What was it? Trope of vampires. It's like that story is really, really gay, without ever outright stating that it's gay as hell.
Huh. Check this out.
Like, I have a feeling that the author of that story was doing everything he can to write a story that was gay as hell without actually being gay. Because, you know...
Oh, fucking sin!
I didn't know.
You bodied them. Oh, Lewis! We gotta protect the Lewis. Where'd she go?
I don't know.
Oh gosh, she went around!
Oh, what a fucking weird path.
Oh, Lewis is out of medkit.
So anyway, so I'm out of ammo, so I could use a gun whenever if someone spots one.
What pathway did it take?
I don't know. It's kind of weird.
That was not, it's supposed to take the most direct path, and it didn't.
Weapons over here.
Oh, thank you. Let's do this one.
I love using the AK.
Ack. What if I just called it an ack? An AK-47.
Ack.
Low-key though, who actually wanted COVID to turn into like the green flu?
Crazy people.
Yeah.
Why me?
Actually, I think Lumaris mentioned that earlier in chat, didn't he? Or am I don't know. Or something similar to that. But for sure, there are definitely people who are like fucking crazy and like circle jerk about like apocalyptic scenarios all the time. And there are also people who have no idea how to actually survive an apocalypse and realize that the number one thing you should care about is probably like food, water, and other basic survival
Thank you.
things. You know, not like the ability to fight an endless horde of zombies, because that's actually not.
Violence is only good for the initial bit.
Yeah, and like I guess like hunting, like so if you gotta bring a gun for the purposes of hunting, like that actually is probably a good idea because that's tethered to survival, right?
I'm so glad I closed that door.
That's the only reason why I shot it. Cause I know you can pen doors. Ooh, pills. Get off me. Oh no.
Can I appreciate that I just heard Bill say pills here, and then Lewis is like, no, no, no! Like, did we find his secret stash?
Ooh.
Let's get a move on. Shoot and scoot, shoot and scoot.
The
Left 4
airport.
Dead. Better know shoot and scoot the game. It's how you survive.
Yeah. Could you imagine if Vermintide worked this way, where like you have like fucking like Breath of the Wild weapons, where it's and they just like break after like after a little bit of fighting,
Oh god.
and you had to like pick up weapons just as you go.
Oh god.
Pangea Air.
The game-
Southeast Passage.
Strange ass airlines. Oh, Panty's a parking garage. Like sane people.
Okay.
Don't shoot that car.
Hey, look, if EDF taught me anything, it's that parking garages are actually shockingly safe. In the
I
most
just love how the
fucky way.
jockeys don't look any different, but they fucking say Oni-chan and shit for me.
Same.
They say Oni-chan for you?
The charger like, oh, Oni-chan! All charging.
Mm. You got a tank.
Yeah, because they were facing unarmored targets. 716 by
Ow.
39.
Sorry. Sorry, I saw Yang and I immediately assumed he was a zombie.
I know he's scrawny and weird looking, but come on.
Look, it's the Florida man effect.
The Florida man. Yang, do you have a taste for faces?
We got weapons over here.
Or is it only on Sundays?
Reloading.
See, what's the drug of choice for Tuesdays? Cocaine?
Oh no, I'm stuck. Thank you.
Cocaine's only if you're part of the Coast Guard.
Mmm. Ah, the Cocaine Coast Guard, gotcha.
You see, the two people who deal the most with drugs are the Coast Guard and CIA.
They're just two different ends of it.
Also, people clown on the Coast Guard all the time, but the Coast Guard are crazy motherfuckers.
I always see the Coast Guard around.
There's a safe house across
That's
the
it, though. Like, you know, people meme on them all the time, but the Coast Guard are fucking crazy. Like, who dumped onto a narco sub in deep ocean water in full plates?
This, thankfully, modern body armor has quick release tabs.
Still, though, it's like... He jumped from his boat onto a narco sub and knocked on their door. In full plates.
The thing is about those narco subs, they are terrible, and so they're only semi-submergible.
Yeah, they like kind of skim the surface.
And I'll be honest, if they could fully submerge, we just fucking drop depth charges on them.
We would. It's a simple solution.
The graffiti here.
What?
Look at it.
Well, I kind of love how they all disagree. Like, we are the real monsters. Everybody just clowns on them. Me? Perfect. Beautiful. This is anti-nihilism at its best.
Yeah.
Ow.
Remember, if you're feeling nihilistic, if nothing truly matters, then go ahead and just do good anyway, because it makes
Through
you
the
feel good.
offices.
So why does it matter?
I mean, that's sort of my version of nihilism. Nothing matters. But I do good. I mean, I say I do good. I try to do good.
Fair enough.
And you know what? Trying.
But I
to
do
matters.
like pettiness. Pettiness I'm okay with.
Petty. You know, I'll let tribal casinos act as petty revenge.
Oh god.
How did I not hit any of you in that exchange?
I
I got hit. By somebody. I'm not sure who. Probably Lewis.
Francis, check your
mean, it could have just easily been me. I don't know.
Molotovs over here.
Probably a bit of both, if we're being honest.
Won't lie, just seeing a tank chillin' was an experience.
When it turns out that that borderline roid rage guy at the gym, roid rage gym bro you see when you're working out, is actually a therapist when they're not at the gym.
The epitome of Giga Chat energy.
Weapons over here.
Because the real Giga Chads help out their friends. And strangers alike.
That's like every gym bro nowadays, because everyone's been sort of putting out this message of positivity. Like all the major gym people have been putting out a message of positivity of we gotta help each other at the gym.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
I don't know.
That's the Giga Chat energy.
Hold on, here they come.
Ironically, Planet Fitness, Gadget Free, they're really judgmental.
Oh, I'm actually out of ammo. Oh, I'm coming. I don't have ammo, but I'm coming.
Thank you. Okay,
I love how I'm just spraying down there. Bill's just like, Jesus H. Christ, Francis. Oh no! I've been tongued! I've been tongued!
I got you.
Remember, they cannot legally tongue you if you do not consent.
Oh, back to a thing I was bringing up earlier. Considering every single target we're facing
Rez, pull back.
is unarmored, 760 by 30
Aw.
would be a
Oh, I got her,
really
I got her, I got her.
effective round.
Reloading.
But yeah, 760 by 39 would be a really effective round.
weapons
Because it's
over
still
here.
technically an intermediate cartridge, but it's a much fatter intermediate cartridge. And in general, fatter rounds do a lot more have a lot better energy transfer.
You have a lot better energy transfer.
And I could probably actually move you, so yes.
Yeah. Actually, yes. I know you can because you have.
And then I'm only getting stronger.
Oh god.
Weapons here.
Which way do we go?
I don't know.
I'm reloading.
Follow the Rez.
Oh shit. What? Time to rock and roll, people. Time to rock and roll.
Ammo here.
Ah, fuck this. Quit resisting! Ooh. Laser sights.
Reloading.
Wait, where?
Where?
in this corner by me.
Oh shit.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Okay.
Oh god.
Go. Okay, we're all together. Good.
Everyone in here!
Lewis, get your
Come
ass
on,
inside! Jesus.
That was pretty clean, actually. That's usually fucking brutal.
Yeah, well, I think because, like, I basically immediately threw, like, once we got in, we were all, like, together, like, I threw my pipe bomb, and then I think Yang threw his.
Yeah.
I didn't have one.
That slug is.
Oh.
I threw another pipe bomb.
Oh, okay, that was you, okay.
Yeah, that area is usually really fucking brutal. That was clean.
GG.
Well, I just forced my way through it.
I mean, that's
Like,
kind of what you have to do. Like, I was on adrenaline and I had my katana out.
I was somehow going faster than you guys then.
I kept.
Even though you're
well,
under.
I had the drugs on, so I kept trying to. I kept stopping to make sure I was with you guys. Cause that area is so brutal. Even I remember to try to stick together.
That's actually... Look, as a person who's played with you more than probably anyone else on the planet, that's actually pretty impressive.
Zombies don't like it when you just, or the director doesn't like it when you just sit back and pick them off.
Nope.
Jesus. Oh Jesus. Ow! I got hit by debris. Oh, that's zombies. Never mind. It's not debris.
They get hit by the shrapnel of the plane explosion.
Yeah, debris, zombies, same thing.
Pills. Oh my god, it literally just has the heavy from it just has the TF2 sounds.
Yep. Everyone cover the gunner.
They're all gonna come not from this direction. Yep.
On point.
I know they say TSA is aggressive, but goddamn.
Yeah, maybe I need to ask my a different uncle of mine about that works at the TSA about this.
Back up, TSA. I'll not consent to you poking my butthole.
Oh shit, I can shoot that away.
Oh, wow.
Man, you can shoot what away?
Oh.
Got it.
Does this overheat?
Yep. But it cools down really quick, so.
I can shoot the luggage carts away.
Oh, okay, that's what you meant.
Lewis, cover me.
Oh, good.
Like, look at the one at the plane on the left.
Yep, I see it. It's moving.
Ah!
Where is he? Sounds like he's behind me. Oh no, he's in front.
I letting him.
Hey, buddy.
Like it's for done.
Oh, there's few. Oh. What plane are? Oh, we're playing fueling to C-130.
Yeah, I wonder what the range of a C-130 is, light-wise.
Depending on what model it is, it might have a lot, might not has as much. But this is probably just a regular cargo plane. Like, if this was set in Florida, this would be a Coast Guard C-130. You see them doing patrols all the time. Ah, they got me.
Oh, there was a thing in chat. Apparently some guy joined our game, realized we were streaming and left.
Wait, someone joined?
Yeah. That was weird. I mean, they didn't do anything malicious, so I don't care.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, no,
Oh, they might have been hacking. And they're like, oh, I don't want this to be filmed. Anti-Q, how'd you get me then?
You know what? They did have Cyrillic in their name.
Rez, what are these foreign hackers that you're bringing upon us?
I don't know, man.
First it was the CCP, now it's Russia. What's going on here?
That is so fucking racist.
Wait, how's that racist?
Rez only said Cyrillic, you didn't say Russian.
Oh,
You know how many Cyrillic languages there are?
It's a statistically accurate guess, though.
Oh, someone's here.
Or likely, not accurate, but like whatever.
What?
Oh, I didn't realize he was typing.
Oh, okay.
Apparently he can hear me?
Likely Russian. Well, for all we know, they are Mongolian, for all we know.
They could be Mongolian, yeah. That's true.
I was tripping out when I first found out that Mongolian
Is the Mongolian language Cyrillic?
Yeah, it's a Cyrillic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because the only languages I know that are Cyrillic are like Eastern European languages, like Serbian, Bulgarian, and shit.
Yeah, no, Mongolian is
The Slavs. Why is there just a dead guy in here?
Is that the last guy that tried fueling them up? Oh, you keep getting through people's profiles.
Oh,
That is weird.
wait, who did it get in through then? Because then that's the
Mine,
question.
I think.
Probably your. Okay.
That is weird. That is a weird thing that Valve should patch out.
Yeah, that's weird.
You joined through your profile?
Someone's profile. Set your game info to private. Ah, okay. Well, at least they're actually just making us aware of it.
Okay. Well, good. Thanks for not fucking us over in the process, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who the fuck did he join through, though? I always go invisible.
Oh, they joined through Yang and Rezdog. Okay.
Okay.
Eh, whatever. At least he made us aware of that.
Okay. Well, I think that's gonna be it
Yeah,
for
That'll be it
for this.
Left 4 Dead for now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a break to get more drink.
He has the Ukraine flag in his as his profile.
What do you know?
Okay.
What do you know? Well, we're gonna be done with Left 4 Dead for now. We're gonna go to a break and, well,
Not griefing, Halavali, again. Gender business. I'm looking at his old names.
Okay.
oh god. Left 4 Dead 2 is an easy way to stream snipe.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll
Yeah.
keep in mind that Left 4 Dead 2 is very stream snipeable.
Okay.
I guess keep a full lobby.
Yeah. Okay. I mean that I'm fine with that.
Yeah, at least it's yep. You have a good one, Meg High. You have a good one.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna go to a break screen, take care of bio stuff.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just I'll end off my stream, and then I'll raid you since you're gonna since we're gonna like continue anyways. Um,
Because I'm a fucking madman.
yeah. So let's see what do I need to say in this outro section. Thanks for watching.
Take care, bio.
Yeah, you go do that. So thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for all the support. Yeah, I don't know. This was just some nice casual fun. Also, it's fun being like I know I'm mostly doing this for Halloween, but it was it was fun being like your Gov GF Egirl. This was enjoyable. So I think what I'll probably do, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but in case you missed it, I'm thinking I'll probably make it like a community goal in my channel to like I don't know how many points I should set it to, but like, you know, X amount of points, when we hit that threshold, I'll set a date to have like an e-girl stream, essentially, where like my wife will put like makeup and stuff on me, and I'll do something fun, and we can all simp for me together, because damn do I look good in this. So yeah. Anyways, I guess speaking of my wife, I will be streaming with her this upcoming Saturday, and I think we're gonna do Stray. Stray is a game that we've been talking about doing. I haven't obtained Stray yet, but in fact, I probably should have looked over this past weekend because it might have been on sale. Oh well, that's my bad. But anyway, so we might be looking at that game, or we'll be looking at a different one if we don't do that one. But the idea of doing a cyberpunk cat game sounds fun. I think me and my wife would enjoy that together. So yeah. And then, of course, more Curse Halo next Monday. And something else for Together Tuesday next week. Because this is like going to be our last like spooky month stream. Even though it's technically November now, but like it's literally like Halloween was 6 hours ago. Not even like a little bit less than 6 hours ago. So like it's fucking fine. But we'll be coming back with probably Borderlands the pre-sequel, unless there's something else we want to do before we do that. So I'll make sure to talk to Rezdog about that before we get there. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for all the support. I'll go ahead and put in the raid message to raid the Rezdog, so we can give him that support. And yeah, love you guys. Thanks for all the support. Mwah. And I'll just hit this button as soon as it's ready. Yeah. Bye.